Oh, almost forgot. Oh, I knew it. I knew it was gonna be a thing where it's like, okay, am I gonna remember to press the button on my microphone? I almost forgot. I almost forgot. Had to double check that one. Could I caught that before? Too late. So, along with some other stuff, I'm trying something to see if the quality of stream will look better. I'm hoping it works out as I intend, but I think I might have gotten our visual quality to be at like the peak I can get it. We'll see. I'm gonna check it after stream, but I think I got it down. And if it does work, and it works for everything I play, I might actually have like I might have a very solid stream. I might have finally got my stream settings exactly where they need to be. Finally. It only took me years. Of course. Alrighty. So I have played this before. However, there's a big asterisk in front of this. The last time I played this was when the game first released on Xbox. I think in like I forget what year it was, but I know when it first came out on Xbox, that's when I last played it. And I think I fought the lady with her giant minigun wielding bear. But besides that, I have not played the game since. I had some gripes. I remember my first impressions. I'm surprised how well I remember my first impressions with this game. And I will say part of it is coming out right now. Musically, I was kind of like that. Musically, I wasn't very interested in this game. I think the music was kind of like, it's all right. I think some of it's just because it doesn't strike me as having an identity unto itself, which I think that kind of struck it for me. In terms of the music, I like the gameplay. I think the gameplay I know I had some gripes myself. It wasn't even with how it felt. I think it was more just the choices therein. I know one aspect of the game that I found, maybe it was just something that it was the kind of my core concern. I wonder if I'll feel different about it since time has passed, but I remember not being particularly like, I didn't find it entertaining to bring a weapon to the pals. You know, it was always like felt very unnecessarily brutal. I think that was kind of my whole crux with it. It was like characters like this. I always felt like maybe it's something that I noticed in Digimon Time Stranger was kind of like highlighting it for me, was that it's kind of a different feeling when you're playing a game like this, and you know, it's like the juxtaposition between the characters and the actions going on. I think that was kind of not doing it for me, but it's been a couple years. I think it's been a few years since I last played this. I'm trying to remember, when the heck was that? Hang on. If I go back to home really quick, can it tell me something? Let's see. Trying to figure out what. See something really quick. File info. Game acquired in 2024. Okay, so I played it last, like, actually more than 2 years ago. Got it. Okay, that's actually good to know. Also, Echo, you got first. How's it going today? How's stream looking, by the way? Is it like, does it look solid? I've adjusted some settings, and I'm hoping that I'm hoping I got everything to look better. I think we'll see. I think I'll see better. Okay, what the heck is this? Player 962, level 10, day 8. Okay, we're gonna make a new world. World name. What am I calling the world? Palpagos. I'm gonna name it. I've been playing a lot of let's see, Custodia. I forget if it's spelled with a U instead of a V, but I could just double check. Hang on. I'm just like, I could just double check all achievements. Can I see? Where's Blasphemous? How do you spell Custodia again? It's in the achievements too, so I can just check. What was it again? Mea culpa. Oh, it's an O. Got it. Good to know. Well, at least I can check. Custodia. We'll just call it Custodia, because why not? I've been playing a lot of Blasphemous lately, so why not? Multiplayer's off. Difficulty... I think normal's fine. I'll leave it. I don't really feel like doing it. Doing bueno. Hey, very good, very good. Alright. I did put up the audio settings again. It's been a while since I've played a game where the audio settings, I got you to put the audio back up. Let's see, body. Type 1, type 2. God, it doesn't change the face. It's so weird. Hang on. Have a... We'll start with this, I guess. Why the heck? I have a question. Why do they start as like this? In tone. This will do. Torso size. Can I just be a freak? Can I just be a freak? Oh my god. I like that the six-pack is just All right, no. If I start doing this, I'm gonna be... I know for a fact that if I start doing this, I won't take the game seriously. I won't treat it nicely. I gotta be a little bit... I have to be a little bit better with my character design. Oh my god, if I mess around too much, it'll be... I'll be way too silly. I know for a fact I'll be way too silly if I do that. He's like yassified. What the heck? Hilarious. What is that? I love that face. Cops get stopped me for being too silly. No, but I have to because I know for a fact that if I... There's something to... It's like too yassified, you know? It's like... I think I'm just gonna have to go default guy so I don't... The thing I've noticed is that if I get too silly in some games, I don't pay attention. And that's... I have found that's not a good thing for me. Can I just... Yeah, I can custom color. Alright, cool. Alright, so it's color... Oh, it's color saturation. And okay, that's a bit harder, but I can do it. I'll make dark brown because it looks nice. I happen to like the dark brown color, so it looks nice. Full blue flower badge. What does the blue flower badge mean? I actually don't know what that means. I don't think I've seen such things. I have not been born to such wonders. I won't spend too much time on character creation though. I'm not that pressed about it. There we go. Excellent. All right, cool. We have the eye color, eyebrow color. Do you have black hair? Yeah, black hair is fine. I think I just like using black hair because it's just easy. Hair. And none of these other styles really do it for me. We could go with like basic AE. This is VTuber hair. That's VTuber hair right there. I think like 80% of male VTubers have this hair. We could go VTuber hair because it'd be funny. Yeah, you know what? I talked about it. I'll use VTuber hair. Blossom badge, level 4. Earn this badge for watching a clip, VOD, or live stream 3 days a week. Badge upgrades weekly. Oh, I see. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's kind of cool. That's very neat, actually. Voice. I like this one. Voice 6. Okay, so it's me. We have our character. Start the game. Sure. Alright, let's see how this game has changed. So yeah, I played this when it first released on Xbox, and then since then I have not seen it at all. Poor creature. This is the start. This is the start of Let me know if it's too quiet or too loud. I'll adjust the audio accordingly. What a cutscene. Oh. Alright. Activate. I thought it said Greek Eagle. Great Eagle statue. Okay. I do recall... Okay, you know what? I recall this place. Not very well, mind you, but I do recall this place. Bit on the loud side, but not like deafening. Alright, I'll turn it down just a little bit. Let's see, how about... Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that, we'll see how it works. Unlock fast travel. Oh yeah, that looks much better. Acquired 1 technology point. What does that even mean? You know what I just realized too? I don't actually have any idea how to play this game because it has been genuinely a long time since I played this one. Hello. Let's see. Shipwrecked. It's been a while since I haven't seen someone who wasn't reeking of Pal. Part of the scouting party tasked with bringing back information about this unknown island to our homeland. This island is hell on earth. Everyone else is gone. All snuffed out by ferocious pals. And your device just quickly gets to work. Okay. Installed a survival guide for you. It's the fruit of our literal blood, sweat, and tears. It even helps one person, then well, our sacrifice would have been for nothing. There are more than a few entries that are essential for survival out here, so make good use of them while you can. Once you got that sorted, there's a small settlement just a short ways away. You should go see if they can help you. Be careful out there. Okay. How to stay alive. Open the menu, go to the options tab. What should I do first? Pick up fallen branches to gather wood and stone, do the thing. Build a pal box, make pal spheres, make weapons. Make a campfire, a torch, and a bed. Okay, got it. Okay. I'm sure I'll remember all of this. Actually, real talk, I think this will be fine, I think. You know what I will say? I'm so used to X being... X is not normally my pickup button. Hello, chicken. Chickapee. Okay. Hello, friend. That is a very friend-shaped boy. I'm guessing these ruins down here are like kind of like baby's first base. Whoa. I see. Okay. Trying to get used to this. Yeah, I do recall that my internal desire to be friends with things that are friend-shaped is always going to kick me in the pants when it comes to doing stuff like this. The build menu. Build a primitive workbench. Yeah, I'm gonna build down here. I think this is a good spot. This seems kind of like baby's first base kind of place. It seems to me like this is that's the point. I think that's kind of what the objective is, frankly. Set up a workbench. Select. I need a stone axe. Start production. So I need 5 wood, 5 stone. Okay. Yeah, I feel like I remember that I have this problem with survival games, and I like to call it the mid-game problem because every single survival game I've ever played, I think this has happened at least with every single one I've played. There's a middle, it's the middle of the game that is usually the part that loses me. Like, if any part of a survival game is going to lose me, it's the middle game. Like, once you get established, but not quite to the level where you're just kind of, you know, mass-producing random stuff. I think Satisfactory avoids this problem by always being about, you know, production in some way or another. Hello, chicken. And I think that's something that a lot of survival games don't do, though. Is that the middle game is usually the part that is kind of the most... It's kind of like you're just waiting to get all the stuff you need in order to have the means to like do the end of the game. Like Minecraft's middle game is awful for me. I can never do more after that. I guess the way I could best describe it is, you know that bit in Minecraft where you have to keep going to the Nether to get stuff like I'm thinking of the stuff you get from the Nether to find the end, and then you have to find the end. That's the exact stuff I'm talking about, where I am just not interested in it, man. It is not what I do. I do appreciate this game not... Okay, this is gonna sound weird. I kind of appreciate the game is not blasting music right now. It's kind of weird, but I kind of like the fact that we are not really given a... We're not really given like a musical backdrop or anything. We're not given something to shape our mood. It's just kind of like, here's your ambience. Here's your walking around noises. And that's all you get. Let's see. Recipe, stone axe, star production. The animations are okay. I do like these. It's Wooloo. Yeah, it's the legally distinct Wooloo. I love legally distinct Wooloo. There's so many of them. What the heck? Why are there so many of the little dudes? I love them. You know what, though? I will say that is one aspect of the game that I did find myself chafing against, was I really did not enjoy... I don't like hurting the little dudes. I think that is one bit of the game in total that I always found very... I know it sounds silly, but I always found it very upsetting. You know, it's like, oh, but these are my guys. Wired suitability. Can I make clothes? It says press up to build. I can't build it. It says once you have... Oh, well, we can't do that yet. I do like the sheep a lot. It's kind of like... I think this is exactly... It's sort of the same... The way I kind of see it is it feels very similar to the mindset of... I guess the way I would describe it is it's the same mindset that someone would have for not wanting to kill a... Like, not wanting to be the one to kill like an animal for food. I don't think I'd be reasonably capable of it, frankly. How do I... Can I just eat the food? Why is it... Question, why is it... Is it... What do I need to do? What... How do I access the food? How do I access the food? Can I put it... Oh, can I put it in my hands? No, I cannot. Oh, why? Let's see why I use. There we go. Okay. That took a bit longer than I expected for me to figure out, I'll be honest. Okay. I'm gonna go... I need to find more rocks. Oh, there's a stairwell here. Question, do weapons degrade? I think they do. Oh god, weapon degradation. I understand. It's one of those things where I do not disagree with the concept of weapon degradation because it's realistic, but it is at times it can be frustrating to run into. Oh. Not getting anything from that. You know what is one thing I just noticed? I didn't even address the number of things out in the distance, really. I didn't even address all that. I was just like, yeah, no, I have other shit. I have other stuff to worry about here. This is a pretty big island, though. It's pretty huge. Huh. I mean, at the very least, it looks pretty good. The LOD on that rock over there is kind of awkward, but I like it. It's pretty good. The world design, I think, is doing some numbers, I think. Looks pretty cool. It is kind of, I will say, it is kind of funny if you consider the fact that all these really important landmarks are within eyeshot of this one hill. I would expect like a little bit more empty space, but I think it's perfectly fine. Like it looks pretty solid. The guy down there. I wonder who that guy is. Oh, there's rocks over there, I think. I'm trying to just find regular rocks. I don't have a... Since I don't really have a whole lot... I don't have a lot of option. I don't want to just smash a... I don't want to smash my new axe into the ground trying to fire this stuff. But I kind of recognize that my own thoughts on this game are very dated. No, what's this? Exploration XP. Okay. Found a note from another adventurer. You can check their thing. Okay, cool. Yoish. Why do you say it like that? Yoish. Honestly, it's not too bad. I think one thing I find myself always finding is that I think I focus in a little too... I do find I focus in a little much on I think I personally focus a bit too much on the... I do focus a bit too much on the things that I have an axe to grind about. But I think it's... I think with this game in particular, I do think that it's one of those things where I think this game... I tried to approach it back then. This is, well, yeah, 2024. I would have been 2 years into streaming. I don't think I ever streamed this game. I don't think. I think it was because at the time, I didn't want to deal with the controversy. And also, playing it on my own time, I don't think I felt it fit. I wanted to try it out again, just because honestly, I wanted to see if it was doing better. It's kind of a curiosity. I don't know how I feel about this game in total. I've been trying to figure it out, but I'm not really sure I fully have it yet, you know? I think it's tough because when a game's composite parts, you know, like the things that make up its inspirations are very evident and plain, sometimes I end up... It's easy to instinctually fall into, oh, I will naturally compare this to this other thing, right? I think that's easy to do. It's also an easy trap to fall into. Hey, Reezy, how's it going? Hope you're doing good today. Craft an axe and a pickaxe. Boost any stat? What does that even mean? Where are the stats? Where are my stats at? Where do they put these? Where do they leave it? Where do they leave my stats? Here, just working for now. Hey, that's very good, though. Hope work's going well for you. I know for my part, I'm grateful that work is moving. You know what's funny? Kativa's design. How goes the totally not Pokemon gun game? Honestly, we're not moving very fast. I will say I am walking and not running. That's very much the case. Oh, right, stick to enhanced stats. I see. Do I need? I'm kind of thinking, what do I actually need? I think work speed. Honestly, I would prefer to. Yeah, I think work speed is fine. So I'd rather be able to work on stuff. Type Pokemon. Pokemon. I read it as you meant it, not as you said it. Find the blue nodes on the beach. Whoa. How do I swap weapons? What's the button for this? It says left bumper, but not the case. Let's see. How do I... All right, I should probably check my controls. What's the button for switching items? Controller. And it doesn't have a control scheme. Doesn't have the control scheme. That's the thing I can check. It does not check. It does not give me the check. That's a bit awkward. Graphics look really good so far. Glad to catch it at the start. I was gonna say, actually, I was a little bit curious if my changes to stream. I made some adjustments to my own OBS settings. I was wondering if things were looking good. If it's looking good here, that means every other game I play will be looking just as good. And that's actually huge for me. I've been trying to fix my graphics for a bit, and I'm pretty happy with that. I'm curious. All right, so where the heck? I'm trying to figure out how to switch my weapons in hand. It's not really. On the. It says down to switch weapons, but it's not doing that. Or is that a different button? Do I have to swap? I don't think it's the case that I can only swap. That can't be the case, right? I don't think it would be the case that they're like, no, you can't swap with a button. Like, I don't think that's the case. Hope not. That would suck. Oh my god, can you imagine if it's like, I have to like enter the menu every time I want to swap weapons? That would suck. Is it Y? Ah, it's Y. Okay, that would explain it. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes more sense. Honestly, I'm surprised it wasn't like a... So I'm using... Again, I'm thinking like... I'm gonna be honest, I'm thinking like somebody who is trying to play the game like every other game. It's not. I'm trying to... Thank you for the hydrate, Reezy. I hope everyone else makes sure that you stay hydrated too, because holy crap. It's been really sunny out lately, and I think it's supposed to start raining tonight, but it's been good that it's been nice and breezy. Actually, funny thing, speaking of taking advantage of the sunlight, though, I moved 2 trees yesterday, because there were some downed trees, and I was able to move them. I had some help from my neighbor, though, because he has a chainsaw. That was good. I didn't have to chop all the wood and stuff. Today's been thunderstorms here, but it's real hot outside still. Yeah, I think the storms are finally reaching me, but I think that's good for... It'll be good if it's consistent rain, but if it's just thunder and lightning, then it'll only be very, very frightening. Me. Oh, silly. All right, how do I build... Ah, there we go. The PAL box. Oh, how does this work? Okay, so... Oh, you need space behind you to spawn the PALs. I see. Hello, friend. Are you just like, wait, what are you doing here? I don't know why, I was thinking about that bit, the Mr. Incredible bit. Where it's like, what are you waiting around here for? And it's like, I don't know, for something to happen. that's like, I keep thinking this guy's just sitting there with it. Rain's good for the crops. I mean, it's been good for my crops. I put up a picture on Twitter before stream, and I have a pot that has 3 pepper plants inside of it, and all 3 of them are bearing peppers. I have a serrano, I have a jalapeno, and I have one called a cowhorn. And the cowhorn one, none of them are ready yet, but there's like a dozen peppers on that thing. I have straight up been unironically been making plant. I'm on that Stardew Valley timing. Despite not being a Stardew Valley, I don't even know how to play a Stardew Valley. Let's see, PAL sphere. Capture power is 7. Okay. Max out. Let's make all of these. But I feel like actually cultivating plants in my yard. That's awesome. I have jalapeno and bell peppers right now. They just start growing. I feel like actually working on like growing plants. I feel like you really get an appreciation for the patience it takes to wait for that stuff. Because the moment you see the fruit, you can't take it. You have to wait. You have to be patient. It's like, especially with peppers, because peppers tell you when it's time. Like with serrano pepper, with all peppers, I think it's like most peppers, it's generally like green, you can harvest, but if you wait until they're red or some turn yellow or orange, then you can get the most ripe fruit, and it's like the most balanced of the peppers. But with some peppers, you do want it to be green because it's spicier. Depends on the flavor you desire. Attack a wild pal to weaken it, then capture it with a pal sphere. This one's gonna be my friend no matter what. Oh, but I don't want to hit him. Where'd he go? I don't want to hit my friend. He's my guy. I don't want to hit him. Get in the ball. Stay in the ball, my guy. Please. Yeah, 2 years ago I grew cherry tomatoes next to my jalapenos. I think the roots got all intertwined because the tomatoes are spicy. Yeah, I know that having my 3 peppers has been an interesting adjustment. But it's been very good. Base upgrade. Okay, so how do I mailbox manage? I'm gonna name him. I will make you the base pal. Can I name this guy? Oh, I can name. Oh, it's her. Okay. Well, okay. Let's see. Let's name her. She shall be known as. What do I name you? Your ball. I'll name you. You know what? Speaking of peppers, you know what? She could be Pepper. There you go, buddy. Stuffy McFluffy. I'm gonna. Oh, you know what? Stuffy's funny. Stuffy's funny. What if I name her? If if I change Stuffy. Spuff. There you go, buddy. You get to be Spuff. What does neutral mean? Oh, just the typing. Okay. What is it? Wait, what did that say? Spirit of Zen. Interesting. Hello, friend. Can I pet you? I get to be... This is my friend. I love Spuff. Yeah. How do I... Oh, okay. I don't know how to crouch. How do I crouch? How do I crouch? Oh, you hold B. I see. Okay. All right. Well, Spuff will stay here, so that's good. Ad break is on, but we have Spuff, so that's good. What else do I need? Airbags portion by watching ads. Thank you, Reezy. What do I need to do? Open... Use the thing to stay... Oh, I need to use food to stay. That is accurate. Oh, you know what? I have the points. Can I? Oh, I can't. Okay. I guess I'll increase attack. I guess that's reasonable. What do I do now? Oh, you know what we need? I need a fire. Select recipe. Owls without beds will get stressed. How do I make a bed? How do I make anything? You know what I could do? Hang on. Let's take you into the party. I guess I'll have to go do stuff first. Capture a land ball. The weakest pal. I like how they're like, let's insult this creature. I captured a land ball, thank you. Oh, I have to capture 3, I see. Hello, friend. If I go behind you, would that increase my capture rate? Back bonus. Just circling around the land ball, just like... Well, that was easy. I just walk up, capture one, and just like I wish Spuff was like that, but I guess it's good that Spuff was a little bit more of a fighter. That's reasonable. Back bonus. Until torches fend off the cold. The game was very insistent that I capture. Unlock the cloth outfit. Cloth technology. I see. I have to unlock the technology. Okay, so I need to... Insufficient cold resistance. Yeah, I know, game. Hang on. I'm trying here. Okay, so that's right. I need to unlock all this. I almost forgot. I almost forgot that I have to unlock all the thing. I do not need that right now. Drop pal bed. Okay, so we do need that, I think. Cloth outfit. Okay. I think I have enough to make everything I need, but... Oh, you know what? Also, can I... What would it take to make a... What would it take to make a... Cool. I would like that very much, actually. Put this down right... Alright. Once we're good, we'll be good. Alright. We're not dying of the cold anymore, so that's good. We get five steps away, and it's like, no, too cold. Can I move? Oh, wait, can I move the... Oh, you can't move it when it's there. Got it. Okay. I would genuinely prefer to make a bed for my boy. Well, for my girl. Too close to special boss facility. Well, I want to put it next to the fire. I don't want them to be cold. My friend. I feel like this is the thing that this game I think is like so juxtaposed against is like treating... I am on fire. Treating your pals as your friends, I think, is one thing that the game is kind of like It's a bit like in between on. It's like, are you supposed to treat them as friends, or are they supposed to be your? I say this jokingly, but are they supposed to be your conscripted, hard to be cold, you're entirely on fire? True. It is very true. Cloth to outfit. Can I make the cloth outfit right now? Make the cloth. How much cloth does it make to make a cloth outfit, though? Need 2 and then 3 fiber. Kind of in that awkward state where we're like, I'm not really sure what else we need. Where's the beds? I need fiber and I need wood. God dang it. Oh, you know what? I can make a torch too. Can I make a torch? It does feel like... I do feel like this game is a bit... It's a bit more contemplative than I thought, because you have to really stop and just...
Yeah.
Well, there goes that one. Alright, well, that's fine. There we go. Ooga booga. Can I walk around a little bit? I need some more... I'll need to make some more pal spheres at some point, but... Okay, never mind. Interesting. I do find it fascinating that the base thing stretches out this far. Like, that's a remarkably large space to consider a base, you know? That's pretty large. That's considered. Okay, let's get out this. I'm gonna tank the cold damage. It's fine. I do need to get more... I need to get more everything, really, but... Dude, I do need to get some more material. I need a lot of materials. Yeah, this is not the fastest way to get fiber, but that's okay. Ooga booga. I feel like having a torch feels like the most ooga booga thing. Like, it's the most caveman, it's the most primitive caveman thing. I don't know. It like triggers the lizard brain to be like, I have discovered fire. Behold it. The fire is mine. I don't know. There's something very carnal. I say carnal, but I guess it's base. It's more. I guess I use carnal as a synonym to base desires, but I feel like fire is that thing that, like, the moment your brain internalizes that you can make fire, you're like, ooh. The monkey part of your brain just goes a little nuts thinking about it, you know? It's necessary. I feel like fire might be one of those things that's in the back of everyone's brain as, like, whoa. now that's cover art worthy. Look at that. Okay, can I just say, this game's cloth outfit has to be the most, like, actually put together outfit I've ever seen. It's hilarious that it's asymmetrical too. It's, God, it's so weird. I don't know why, but character design wise, it's a lot to take in. Like, it's like a runner's outfit with a parkour thing with, like, the sleeve. It's got this. Why does he only have one glove? Very strange. But I do think it's a solid outfit, if a little strange. Okay, so what did it say? Make a common... Oh, I haven't unlocked the common shield yet. I see. Feed box. Place food here, pals of the base will eat from it. Okay. Ooh, spear. How many points do I have? I have 9. I don't think I even have access to the... Yeah, it's down here. I guess I'll just unlock stuff until it unlocks, I guess. Just unlock stuff until it gives it to me. Looks like you're about to go the distance. Find your way if you can be strong. Go the distance. I haven't seen... Man, I haven't seen that in so long. I don't think I've seen the... Let's have... Yeah, I think I'll... You know what? We'll keep Spuff with us, but I'll have... I'm gonna... You know what? I'm gonna name this particular lamb ball. Another gal. We'll name this one. It's been a while since I've seen any Disney movie. Deep cut. It is a deep cut, though. Let's see. This one shall be named... we're gonna call her Miriam, I guess. Alright, buddy. You get to be the one who keeps, track of the house, as it were. Alright, Miriam, you get to be the base pal. I'll need to get her food at some point. I don't really know what the point of having the base pal though is. I don't really know why I have her here, but that's nice. Build a wooden chest. Let's see, wooden chest. Need rocks. Need rocks. I need to acquire stone. Can I get stone from this? I cannot. Can I get stone from this? No, I cannot. Stone from this? No, I cannot. Dang. Tough thing is I don't want to go too far yet because I don't have a whole lot of means to defend myself yet. I'd like to at least get a spear before I start running off to do crazy stuff yet, you know? I guess I can, you know what? I could just walk further down and see what's up. I have my axe. I'll be okay. Let's see. The pal I don't recognize down there. I'll need to look around a little bit. I will say, just to reiterate, I haven't played this game since it first released on Xbox in 24. So it's been actually 2 years since I've seen anything regarding this game. And after this game released, I'm not even kidding, I stopped hearing about it. Like, it was like a good month and change that I would hear about it constantly. When it first was like released in early access and the whole dust up happened with regarding its let's call it similarities to Pokemon. Honestly, at this point, I've kind of understood that the argument that, well, Pokemon just has a monopoly on cartoon animals, it's flimsy. But I do think that the tough thing is that some designs I can see being like, okay, yeah, these are they're close. But some of them I'm like, okay, man, now you're stretching if you're gonna say they're the exact same thing. Like this guy. I don't know, man. It's like Kativa kind of just looks like it's a cat. I don't know. I don't think I would go so far as to say that it's the same thing, you know? I don't think I would go that far. Put a box next to the workbench. The box goes as intended. Oh, that's right. I can just set stuff up and Miriam build stuff. That's right. Kind of forgot that's a thing I could do. Okay, so we have this. Current base missions. So if I base upgrade, what does that do? Interesting. Build shoddy bed, build repair bench. Okay, well this honestly isn't too bad. All things considered, this is going remarkably well. Kind of just like, oh yeah, we're just kind of putting stuff together. Yeah, I heard all the bad things and the good things about it. One, really fun. Two, they got AI to create the totally not Pokemon mons. I do appreciate companies trying to take down big Nintendo. Yeah, I feel like, I will say the AI thing kind of feels like it should be a deal breaker, and it is, but I need to look into that. I want to look into that a little more. Hang on. I'm going to look into this really quick because I'm... Okay, the game does not pause if I pause, so I'm just going to... Hang on a moment. I do want to look up, because if it is, then I... Realistically, if they used AI to make stuff in this game, I probably should just turn it off, but... Did they... Palworld, did they use... Palworld does not use generative AI, even though... Speculation arose. So there's no evidence that they used AI to make the final assets, but... Yeah, it seems like... It's one of those things where it's like, I'll be skeptical, but if multiple sources say no, but I'll remain skeptical, but I'm trying my best to be... It's one of those things where I'm trying to better understand the gaming industry as it's been moving. Build it indoors on a foundation. Oh, I need okay, I see. All right, time to build myself some sort of structure. I think I'll just build it over here, I think. Let's see. This one. This one. One. Oh. Okay, cool. But I'll remain skeptical, but the problem is that I saw a thing. I did see a very silly stat on there that's like, I was looking up, does Palworld use AI? I was like, oh, let me check and see what the sources say. But the thing it almost made me kind of like roll my eyes really hard. Things move so quickly. I have to do research on every game sucks nowadays. So there's a stipulation where games have to label themselves. I know Steam does. Generally, it does. I say generally, but it's the sort of thing where it's like, you know, you kind of have to throw like a but on top of that. You know, it's like, do you know for certain? And some of them you don't know. But yeah, no, for me personally, I am of the mind that, and I'm of the mind that generative AI shouldn't touch any of the creative process. I understand that for some people, certain things are out of reach. Like VTubers and streamers don't have dedicated artists they can just throw money at. They don't have the ability to really like make things at rapid speed. But I honestly will say, I feel like that's something that it's like, okay, well then, if you don't have the money to hire an artist, why not become your own artist? Why not take the steps to properly prepare yourself for what you're trying to do, rather than try to make, like, shortcuts don't do you any favors, you know? Like, the only time a shortcut is important is if you're in a race. But if the race is against yourself, why not run it right, you know? Like, that seems, to me, it seems silly to look yourself in the eyes and say, yeah, it's probably best that I make this thing using unscrupulous methods, you know? It's like, because when you make something with generative AI, if you don't know what sources it's pulling from, you might well be stealing. And that's like, is it cool that you took someone else's work to make it so you didn't have to? Love my jank. I'd rather have it look bad than use AI. I mean, that's kind of like both of my games. I use the stuff that RPG Maker has. I do my best to edit it when I can, but I use what I have because I know what I can do. I mean, heck, I've been using this. I use this streaming model. I use this streaming model. I use my janky hats. I have my dingus, my boy. It's like, I make myself look the way I do, not because, like, oh, it's like, it's because that's what I prefer, you know? And in all things, my preference is that a developer being honest and trying to make things the way they should. These look so good. I forgot about the 3D model. Yeah, I made this one more recently. I'm quite proud of it. Even gave it little ear twitches and stuff. I'm pretty happy with it. And it's like, more recently, I've been at that part-time job working on a game with somebody, and I was actually able to get enough money to, I haven't talked about it yet on stream, but I was able to save up enough to, I actually was able to commission an artist to do a new model for me. And I don't know if, my thought right now is that the model's going to take one of the slots alongside my other ones. And my thought process is, like, I really like the concept of, the thing I like more than anything is the concept of having different models and shapes, so that it's like, oh, I can go from original to new model to 3D to the human form. I like that concept because I think that's more fun. Personally, I think that's a fun way to do it. But I also just like it, it's the sort of thing that I like doing myself. Oh, I need more wood. I went down there, I didn't even get wood, I just got food. Oops. Let's acquire that. And you go down. But, it's one of those things where it's like, just being patient and waiting to do things the right way rather than trying to shortcut is a bad decision, When it comes to improvements to the self, you can't really... Love the way your PNG foxes all look, they're very unique. I appreciate that, Reezy. I do appreciate that a lot. It's one of those things where it's like, I know that my personal art style is very... The way I like to describe it is it's very 2010s Photoshop-esque, but I kind of like that. My own personal style is developed out of, I like digital art. I think a lot of it's because most of my art as I got into college started turning into, well, I'm always at a computer, and digital brushes and canvases are kind of where I've been. I need to put some food down here. Let's see. Let's see. Body bed. Can I rotate this? Oh, I can't. There we go. There we go. Okay, yeah, so we can rotate this. It's not flush to the wall. It's not 100% for some reason. Good. There we go. Alright, while you're doing that. Oop. But I think that it's one of those things that... there's a friend of mine... Yeah, I'll call him a friend. I don't want to be mean and just be like an acquaintance. It's like, no, that's a friend. But I do actually want to talk to this guy because I'm like, he's been using some AI pictures to broadcast his streams, and I kind of want to ask him like, hey man, you probably shouldn't do that. You know, just like, you know, gently be like, hey man, you might maybe find another way to get your images, you know. And I try because I don't really like the idea of telling somebody that it's like, I don't like the concept. You know, for science, can you set wooden structures on fire? Hang on. Have an idea. Have an idea. Hang on. Can I... Infrastructure. Hang on. Oop. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Question. What? Okay, well, you can't... I can't set this on fire, but I can hit it. Unfortunately, now I have this remarkably bad panel right here. Can I break this? Man, that is strong. Okay, I actually can't break that. God dang it. Well, okay, that's... You know what? The science block will stay there. The science block can stay there. That's okay. Build straw pallet beds. Wow, they're just indestructible. I guess? I'm not very sure why, but it is there. Required sustainability, 1 fire. What does that mean? Do I need to go and get a fire guy? I guess I can. You know what? We have the means. I might as well go see if I can find new pals. We'll go see if we can't get some new ones. I think if the catch rate is really low, I'll try to fight them. Otherwise, my objective will be to catch them without hitting them, you know? It sounds silly, but I kind of would prefer to not hit my boy. You know, it's like, these are my friends. I'm trying not to hit them. I'm trying not to hit my new friends. Generally, according to the science of friendship, you don't want to hit your friends when you're trying to make friends, you know? Hello, Chickapee. You will be my friend now. I catch up on work now. I'm shouting names for your pals when I can, though. Excellent, though. That is excellent, though. Extremely weak and far too delicious. I hate that. We're supposed to be friends, not food. My desire to find friends and not food is my most endearing passion in this game. Where's that guy going? Did he just fall off the edge? Oh, poor baby. Oh no, he's still there. Where the heck is this guy going? What is down here? There's a big space down there. Honestly, we're kind of moving though. Also, I don't know why. I think stream elements. I might need to change how stream elements works. Hang on. Need to fix that lurk command. It's kind of broken. I'll fix it later though. I can put that on tomorrow. I'll fix the. Make a note about it being the lurk. There we go. Oh boy, man, I'm not gonna lie though. I feel like the tough thing is that I'm seeing all the stuff that Stardew Valley, if you eat upon the fire, is one of the items that can semi-regularly drop is cooked eel dishes. Chicken reminded me of that. Oh my god, cooked eel because they're fire eels. That I would be so worried if I saw something like that. If I was like eating something and that happened. If I killed something and it came out fully cooked, I would be a little scared. What are you? What is this thing? Defant. Oh, it's a water type. 46%. I think my odds of catching it are. I don't want to hit my friend, but okay. How much? 84%. Catch. Ow. 84% is not bad, so maybe this will be good. Cool. We caught a friend. Large amounts of water pour from what is thought to be its nose, though some say it's in fact just snot. Interesting. A bit odd, but interesting. I guess my goal will be to catch one of every pal in the nearby area, I guess. I need to catch a Gativa. I will say, I guess this game, I guess in general, the game kind of feels like... It feels... the thing I'm reminded of most is my time playing Ark back in the day. I actually did play... I didn't play a ton of Ark, but I did play, I think it was like 8 or so hours, probably. Probably amounts to 8 to 12 hours. I had to theorize. Eat. Oh, easy catch. Okay, cool. At a glance, it appears full of confidence, but is in fact weak and cowardly. Being toyed with by a Cativa is in many ways the greatest of disgraces. Interesting. I will say that the PAL, like the encyclopedia. It's like, what do they call it? Palpedia. Honestly, the Palpedia has been pretty funny so far, so I'll give it that. I do like the reading. It's been solid. It's been solid information. I think it's pretty solid. Might not be the favored thing, but I do appreciate it. Okay, one thing I'm gonna do that a few times. I'm gonna do that a few more times before I'm done. Well, I do appreciate that the resources. I appreciate also the plenty of resources that they give us. If the resources weren't abundant, I would be quite frustrated. So far, game's been pretty fun. I'm enjoying this well enough, I will say. Okay, let's see. Oh, repair. I could use the repair bench right now to... Okay. Need to make a shield. I have no tech points. How do I acquire more tech points again? I don't remember. Okay. Actually, come to think of it, can I make crops or something? Facility that stores the genetic data can be sent to other worlds. Interesting. Say the least interesting. Okay. I'm looking around. I like how it says this stuff breaks easily. Like I didn't just lose my brain cells trying to break something open. Let's see, can I... Okay, cool. I can take half, put it in here. Chickpea poultry. Interesting. Okay. Aw, friend. Chicken. Grilled chickpea. See, I think this is what I mean, though. It's like, it feels mean to look at my... These are supposed to be ostensibly my good friends. And I'm like, yep. Time to cook up all of my new friends. Like, I don't know, that just feels mean. You know? It feels ostensibly like it feels rude in a weird sort of way. Oh wait, I already have this, so I don't need it. I accidentally got the schematic for something I already have. Oops. Inside the chest is 4 rocks for some reason. I guess this might be. Maybe this is what's kind of like confused me. Oh. Can I use this on Spuff? Draws out the hidden. Oh, if offered to a statue of power. Okay. Let's see. So I need to make more straw beds. Now, oh, infrastructure. Need more wood again. How many times do I need wood? I swear the one resource I'm gonna need to constantly go and farm for is wood. What the heck is that thing? There's a big green. What the heck is this big green guy? Hello, friend. Okay, question. Are you friend shaped? Can I approach you and you won't kill me? Hello. My God, I love. Oh no! But you're a friend though. You're friend shaped. Can I capture you? Yeet. You know, it was worth it. Ah! All right, I'm sorry. I wanted it. Oh God. Okay. Oh God. Whoa. I will defend myself. Oh God. It's level 17. This thing's gonna beat me up. Oh God. Music's not bad. Ow. Okay, yeah, I'm abandoning the fight. Oh God. I'm sorry. She looked friend-shaped. I wanted to say hi. God dang it. Running away. Can I hide? I would genuinely prefer not to deal with that anymore. Is she still mad? I think she's still mad. Oh, she definitely wants to get up here. That's not good. Okay, fight's over. Goodness. Okay, fight's over. Okay. What I learned was pretty simple. Don't do that. Which sounds very silly, but that is pretty much what I learned. I am noticing that I probably should end up training my dudes. I think I have to train them in some way. So I probably should find some other pals to fight. It's gonna suck though, because I don't want them to fight to the death. I just want them to fight till they're defeated. Yeah. All right. How about can I command pal? At command aggressive. Oh, she just goes out and fights. It's hilarious. Oh, yeah, see, this is what I mean. I don't like that they ragdoll afterwards, you know? It's like... I don't like that... I don't like that they get hurt. I think that's what... And peaceful. I think that's what kind of gets me, is I don't like the... Like, okay, I will say. I am not a heart of stone. That ragdoll out in the distance is not funny. But it does still feel like... Okay, I killed that guy. I didn't... It was not defeating the opponent. It is you killed a creature. I don't know, man. These guys are way too peaceful for me to want to kill them. Like, I don't know, man. Like, you give me a world full of creatures that have whimsy in life, and then you tell me, all right, go kill it. It's like, man. Some worlds, it is a... God, I'm gonna make that mistake so many times. Some worlds, it is a necessary and, in fact, encouraged idea to go and murder the crap out of stuff. I would argue that I do not feel the same level of peace and desire for pacifism in something like Blasphemous or Dark Souls as I do this game. Because I look at things in there and go, you know what? I would prefer to just blow that thing up. Probably for the best that I kill that thing. You know, just like some things, it is just for the best that we kill them. But... Okay, I need 2 more wood. Okay, hang on. I gotta find 1 more tree. But there are many creatures in, I think it's specifically worlds like this where it's the, you know, cartoony, but also I think survival games, my desire to be as understanding, it's kind of my own my personal understanding of nature as well, is that I kind of prefer to be peaceful with nature personally. A lot of that comes from my own like tree hugging nature, frankly. I grew up with a lot of nature, and if I'm gonna chop down a tree, it has to be for a very good reason. Like, for me, I'd rather plant trees than, you know, take them down. But, you know, there is a necessity in taking down trees in accordance with nature. And I find that that is the sort of stuff that is necessary. But so to act like it's not necessary at all to, you know, to deal with nature when it comes time for it is one thing. But I find that stuff like this feels more like I am trying to conquer nature, which is not something you do. You know, it's not like, I don't think you really conquer nature, you know? I think whenever somebody says that they're like, oh yeah, I can conquer nature, it's like, you're an idiot. Like, what do you think you're gonna do? Let's see. I think I'll put Chickapee and Kativa. Put these two in the bases. Okay, you guys are just sleeping on the floor, and I don't like that, so I'll build your beds. I got your beds, buddy. It's bedtime. I'll get you guys your beds. I got it. I kind of want to wake them up so that they get in bed. I'm like, I kind of want to wake them up so they go get in bed, but it's like, all right, man. It's fine. Okay, let me question. If I move them in and out of base, will they move? Oh, they do go to bed. Okay, cool. All right, nice. Oh, that makes me happy. I don't know. I feel like I think I might just well be a bit too. I think I'm too like nice. I think I'm too nice to nature to want to be mean. I don't want to be mean to these creatures. I don't know, man. I like these lads a little too much, you know? My desire... That's so cute. It's like, I don't know, man. I'm like, I like these little dudes, you know? I like taking care of nature. I like taking care of trees. I like the animals. Like, I look out there, and sometimes I see the deer that eat the plants outside my house, and I am mad at them, but I'm not going to be like, oh, I need to just blast them with a gun. It's like, no. The deer are part of... You live in the world. They're part of the world. I'm going to at least be kind of nice to them. Best I can, at least. Raising sheep, and it produces items. Okay. That's not bad. Common shield. Okay. So, let's see. How do I... Okay, all right. Plantation. What is a plantation? Farm that grows red berries. Harvest time is quick, but eating them doesn't provide much sustenance. It requires a few pals to plant seeds, water, and harvest the crops. I am going to put one of these down, I think. Put this up. No, I'll put it over here. Okay. Question. Is there a way to remove stuff? I actually am curious if there is a way to remove a... Oh, disassembly mode. Oh, there we go. Ah, there we go. Okay, I'll build this. But I find that, I guess with this game, it's kind of the thing that, despite all the controversy around the game, my real gripe with the game was I don't feel like like, I wouldn't shoot Pikachu with a gun, and I wouldn't do that to these guys either, you know? Like, I find it feels like a juxtaposition that I really can't justify, you know? It feels like the kind of thing that I just can't bring myself to think is funny. Required sustainability. I do see that if we have a plant and a... Well, I know if we have a water, that would also be good. So we need one of each element for our base. So at some point, I would like to catch the green plant one that shows up here now and then. Okay, so I'll do the farming myself. But I think that's something that with this game I find myself chafing against. It's the same problem I had when I first played the game. Like, I know it sounds silly, but I actually had like a genuine discomfort with dealing with like killing the pals. You know, it's like they're literally called pals. You've predisposed me to thinking that these are my friends. These are friend-shaped. I am supposed to be nice to them. And then you put me in a world where I'm supposed to hit them with hammers. Like, I don't know, man. I don't think you could expect me to look at these little guys and be like, yeah, kill that guy. Like, what? Oh, you know what? No, they'll do that. All right, these guys will do that. I'm gonna go. He's just stretching. My guy's just stretching over there. Game is. I feel like playing this by myself. I think survival games in general tend to be pretty zen. You know, they tend to be pretty quiet activities. I don't know how many people would look at a game like this and, because I've seen many people streaming this, and a lot of it seems to boil down to, oh, we should be playing with friends. You know, we need to be loud. We need to be constant. And it's like, I don't know, man. I guess that's also part of it. I don't think I can play this game in co-op or in multiplayer just because I feel like it's similar to my own feelings about Terraria, where I'm like, I feel like if I play that game with other people and they zoom ahead of me, you know, if they make the world and they zoom ahead of me, it can be kind of awkward if I don't show up for a bit and the world moves on without me. With video games, it can be a little awkward if the progression is really stunted in a certain way. All right, Miriam's making the spheres. Cool. Thank you, Miriam. I appreciate you. I appreciate this friend. Let's see. I need palladium fragments and I need rocks. Okay. I need a parachute still. More coal. Okay. Let it ride. Okay, can I just say that's adorable? I don't know, just little dudes just doing their thing. I like that. That makes me happy. It makes me happy, you know? It's the little things. Alrighty, we still haven't been able to make the parachute yet, but might be able to go down and fight and do some more fighting, I guess. Maybe that would be the thing we could do. I do need to train Spuff more anyway, so we could have Spuff fight some people. Oh, I have unused stat points. I should probably do that. I'll do weight so I can carry more. If I find more stuff, we can do that. Eat the food. You can bulk them. Let's see. What's this? Simple bait. Required for fishing. Man pal. I like that I can pet. Can I pet my friend? Aw, baby. Aw, this is nice. See, this is friend shaped. Alright, buddy. Let's have you go about. I'm waiting for it. Good stuff, good stuff. I'm gonna let Spuff fight for a little bit because Spuff needs the experience. Spuff took a hit to the noggin. Okay. Well, this worked out wonderfully. Okay, you know what? This one I'm gonna capture. Yoink. All right, Spuff. Good job. Honestly, that worked out nicely. Okay. Defensive. Capture success. Spuff is now level 5. Look at that. Spuff's doing great. I appreciate this creature. Yeah, see, I think this is what I mean though. It's like I don't really like. I guess you could say that they're just knocked out and now they just roll around, but I don't know, man. I know how this game wants me to think about it. Alright, what's this? Megasphere. Huh. Well, that sounds cool. There we go. Honestly, still, I will say the capture bonus for land ball complete. You receive Mimog effigy. Mog. Dude, I think graphically the game looks fine. It does. I will say it has that Unreal Engine. I don't want to say glossiness, but it's like this particular feel to it that feels very. It feels familiar, you know. Oh my god. Memorist. That's. I will say that one is. I will say it's kind of comedic to me that it's just like it's a mammoth. That's what it is. It's a mammoth. How amazing is that? All right, I am gonna go try and catch another. I'll go catch another. Yeah, I guess. Hello. Oh, 71%. That's easy. All right, we're good. Nice. Okay, let's call back Spuff. Oh, okay. Solid day's work, all things considered. So do they all gain experience? One thing I haven't figured out is whether or not my team gains experience regardless. I don't know, like, you know, the whole experience share thing. I don't know if that's a thing, but this drop power. What does that mean? Will drop land ball. There's some other guilds. I don't like the idea of that. I don't know why, but something about like it says drop land ball, but can I like release land ball? Can I do is catch and release allowed? Is that a thing I can do? Why are all those T-Fants running that way?
Yeah.
Not fully certain, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, I swear I'm gonna make that mistake numerous times. I feel like I'm gonna make the mistake many times of let's press RB to change weapons instead of pressing Y. You got it, Spuff. You get him. Ow. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know. I still feels wrong, you know? It feels like I'm playing a Pokemon mod, of another game, and I'm. It feels like I'm just like punching the crap out of I don't know. It just still feels weird. I think overall that is kind of the crux of what I think maybe makes me feel less enticed with this one. I do think that's maybe part of my overall discomfort with the game. I think some of it too comes down to other little technical things. Like I didn't even mention it, but the game does have some pop-in. I think the Xbox. Some of this is the Xbox version. I think other versions probably have more, I would say, technical power, especially if your PC's very good. But I think that's kind of true of any game. So you can kind of gloss over any technical or graphical issues of any game if your graphics card is good enough. But that's true of any game, so that seems a bit unfair, you know? It's unfair to just to say that, like, well, the game looks fine on my PC, but it's like, well, I think maybe that's why console releases are generally my preferred method. Not just because of the ease of capture for me, but I do think personally it also lets me see the game in a, frankly, a bit more neutral state. Because a good PC, I think, can kind of nullify issues with certain games. You know, it's the sort of thing where you can just kind of... You can kind of make any game work if you have the means. You know, there's other games that I think feel the same way, you know. I think it seems to be a common trend, from what I understand, it seems to be a common trend for games that start their life on Steam, especially Steam Early Access, right? Like, it's the sort of thing that I think other game companies can have like a kind of a grasp over, but I think when you're an independent developer and you're releasing your game, you tend to keep things the same when you do multi-system releases. Other like big companies have this, you know, and developers with experience in doing multiple version releases. There's a fair bit of stuff that you can kind of just get away with because you have the money and the time to handle some of that. But we got the cloth. Can I make the? I gotta sneeze. Hang on. You know, I've thought about, it's like, do I have to mute every time I sneeze? And I'm like, I don't know, man. Do you want to blow out people's eardrums like that? And I'm like, you know, that's, you know, you're right. I'm gonna let Kativa do that one. Let's see, what do I need to do to upgrade the base? Build PAL gear workbench. What is that even? What even is that? What the hell is even that? You have no tech points. Okay. Yeah, I guess the... I do feel like, generally with this game, I feel like, much like how I feel about other survival games, I do wonder if I find survival games to be... I feel like survival games that maybe I just feel less excited about them. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. So, okay, so let me take half of my inventory. Is that a form of cannibalism if I let Lamble eat that? I don't know if I'm ready for that question, to be honest with you. Our PAL management. I might as well move some of the... I'll move some of the other ones into storage while I have the time. Yeah, we'll keep... I think we'll keep these three, put the other land balls away. How many boxes do I have? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, space is not an issue. Got it. Space is just not the issue. Understood. Okay. What do I need to do now? I need to... Oh, wait. Parachute. Okay, parachute. And shield. I appreciate that they're working together to take the food back to the thing. That's very cute. All right. I am wondering though if what exactly... I'm wondering if gameplay-wise I can pinpoint some of my other concerns. I do know to some degree the UI is a bit cluttered overall. Like there's a lot going on screen, you know? Like, we got a lot on screen. Oh, Miriam, how are you doing? I like a pet friend. Yay. I appreciate this friend. Friend-shaped creature. Should probably name... You know what, hang on. I'm gonna name all of the current base workers. They deserve it. Mailbox. Because they've been working hard. They deserve names. Name Chickapee. I think Chickapee can be... I'm gonna name... Let's see. They're all girls. I think I just ended up with like... Alright, girls. I'm gonna sound like Gru. It's like, girls? It's time to steal the moon. Hydration. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm gonna name her D. Like for Chickadee. There we go. There we go, buddy. Then so we have D, Miriam. Tiva's the only guy. What kind of pal is this? This is the pal. This is the strange one. See, this one's a cat. I have a cat now. I don't name this one. What's this cat? What is this cat? Breezy, what is this cat? What creature is this? All right, Otter Fiddlesticks. Otter Fiddlesticks. I name this one. I can name this one Fiddlesticks. You could be Fiddlesticks, buddy. I'll name this one Fiddlesticks because I like that. All right, so we have Fiddlesticks, D, and Miriam. All right, cool. We need a parachute. Okay, wait. So I made the shield. I made the glider. When it says... I do like that this is really just the... This is the Breath of the Wild glider. Man, you cannot go anywhere with that. What the heck? Find the small settlement and talk to the chief. Where the heck is the small settlement? 735 meters that way. Thank you all for naming things. It's funny, like, with all the work I've done in writing books, I've had to name many characters. You'd be amazed how much it can be, like... It becomes an exercise skill when you do it enough times, but holy crap, it can be a pain in the neck sometimes. Alright, can I afford any technology? Yeah, PAL Gear Workbench. What is this thing? Allows pals to use partner skills. That's pretty cool. I have not yet bought the bow and arrows yet, so I should get that. 2 more points. I guess the ranch. Seems like everybody's doing okay. We have food. At least they're all fed. Like, good God, I would have been very upset if I wasn't feeding my guys. Okay, I'm guessing, though, that I need to acquire... I used to have a hamster named Spoon, so those random things are the best names. Honestly, I feel like one of my favorite naming conventions for some things is... It's like, just having a sense of what the name is supposed to be. You know, like, not just what it's supposed to mean, but who's it like, what's it going for? Sometimes that also helps. I find that what? Naming is a science, and it's also an art. You know, it's one of those things where if you're being conscientious about it, you'll probably come up with the right one in time, you know? 40% chance. I win these. See, I win these. Easy peasy. Alright, if I capture one more, we get the bonus, which would be very cool. I'm gonna try and capture one more. Yeah! I win these. Come on, I win these. I will say to give this game some other credit as well. I will say that this game does play very well. I do think its gameplay goes pretty solid. It's not like, you know, it's pretty responsive. It's certainly not trying to waste your time with some things. I do think some aspects of the game are a little bit iffy, but I think the gameplay, like the player controls and the systems therein are pretty solid. Like, I think that's where that's where I think the game feels I think that's quite good. It does seem like they've also taken time to adjust their animations and their animation speed. I don't know if it's with any particular notion of the game design specifically, but I do think they did a solid job with it. Okay, there's that guy who keeps beating me up. There's that freaking plant. Now, see, if I could catch one of those and also capture one of the... If I could capture one of those and put a T-Fant at our camp, we wouldn't have to worry about our farm, because our farm would be self-sustaining. It'd be very cool. I think I'm going to try and walk... I might try to walk over to the settlement and see if I can make it. If we don't have the means to make it, then we'll run back. Probably be good just to look around anyhow. Oh, that's a new guy. What's this guy? What is that thing? If they run away when approached. What is it? Level 2 Pupperai. I can get well the Megasphere I can probably catch this thing pretty easily. Ad break. Right when I'm about to catch something, man. Well, that works out nicely. Training this day is risky business as the go command triggers that same attack instinct. Oh dear lord. Wait, that's a plant. I know that's a plant. I remember that one. We'll grab this first. You're a plant, right? That is a plant. Okay, so Gumos is a plant. That means I can... If I can capture this one... Oh. Spuff, get this guy. Okay, that actually is very helpful. Oh god. Okay, good job, Spuff. Wow. Spuff went out and just killed a guy. Just decided, alright, time to kill this guy. Oh, big mammoth. I do appreciate that the big mammoth is a big honking... It does feel kind of like it's the obligatory, here's your big honking, don't attack this thing enemy. It feels a bit extreme, but it is a necessary part of games like this, where sometimes you have to remind the player that they are not immortal. You know, you have to tell them like, hey man, you can't just rush every single opponent you see. And that is a reasonable thing to try and train your player to do. What is that? Well, 9 Gumos. I see. Why is it glowing? Interesting, to say the least. I run around that. All right, let's keep going. Oh, there's a guy. Hello, person. What is this? Egg. Huh. Hello. When you faint, you'll drop some of the items you're carrying, but a pillar of light will mark the spot so you can easily find them. You use a flying pal to reach it from above, you can safely retrieve them. Keep that in mind. Oh, you can, so if you drop your items, you can pick them up from the pillar in general. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Locked fast travel. I just realized I saw a box back up on the hill, and I didn't even grab it. I gotta run back. I gotta run back and get it because it's in the middle of me and my the base. So I'll just run back up and get it. Hello, big mammoth. I don't want to deal with you. It is funny how many of these pals feel, even beyond the other similarities. I think the tough thing is that it's not exactly... They're not really breaking any of the established like the typing, as it were. Like, I think the aspect I'm thinking of right now is that the typing of the pals makes logical sense. It's sort of like it follows the ideas that have already been done with creature typing. I think maybe it's because mammoths and by extension creatures of like large hoofed creatures tend to have a pretty solid, they tend to be pretty easily typed. You know, it's like, here's the typing that makes the most sense for them. I think that's it makes sense, but it can be restrictive on the creative process, you know? Then again, the one thing this game that we are seeing right now is that I haven't gotten further past this point. I think this would be, yeah, this is an hour and a half. I think by, like, let's see, the original, I know I got there. I got over there. I did get over there in my first playthrough. So okay, so because I would actually argue to say that my understanding of this game is still limited by what I've seen up to this point. So with that in mind, I know that I have not seen all of the new stuff that people are purporting about, you know? I have not seen all the cool, funky new stuff, you know? And without that, I do think that we are lacking some things, you know? There are aspects we haven't seen yet. Hello. Ori Wort Farmer. Are you an adventure? Perfect timing. Can you deliver the special dish to the settlement nearby for me? Give it to the super dependable looking one. You'll recognize him right away. Why don't I take it myself? Well, it's just the dish smells so good that the palace keeps swarming me and I can't get anywhere near the place. Okay. I did not have a say in taking that mission. Got it. What is this thing? Glyph Monk Effigy and offer them to a statue of power to improve your ability to capture pals. What is a statue of power exactly? Okay, can I make... If I can make it to the settlement, if there's a fast travel point, we'll be fine. We might be able to just make it anyway. So let's see if we can get over there, yeah? Hello, Gumas. Settlement is that way.
What?
Do appreciate... Oh, there's that one little guy. I think I've seen you before. Level 7 Vixie. Aren't you just the cutest thing? Yay! Alright, caught one. Hey. Excellent. Idol of Palpagos Island. Bully of Vixie best be prepared for to become enemies of the whole world. What a guy. Alright, so we've captured... Alright, so we have everything we need, so when we get back to base, we'll have a fair bit to work on when we get back. That'll be good. Whoa. How is that thing? I will confess, though, I think part of the world design is kind of curious. Some parts feel very solid, but some parts feel... I think cluttered would be the word I would give it. Depresso. Okay, I think I've seen you before. Here, get that guy. I think Spuff has this. Ow. Good job, Spuff. All right, we got him. That should do it, I think. I think that should do it. Cool, we caught him. Has few friends because of the perpetually grouchy look on his face, but is in fact kind-hearted. Some I've seen it feeding Vixie who have strayed from their pack. Well, that's very cute. A little bit weird, but very cute. Okay, let's see. I need to eat food. I also need to feed Spuff, because Spuff got injured. Umas leaf, used to make clothing. What? Farmer special dish. Do not eat the food. We've been given that. What the heck? What is this thing? Does it say Firefox? It is. Okay, well that... Fox Sparks. Yeah, that makes a little too much sense, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like one thing that is a bit unfortunate is... Unfortunately, there are some designs that feel... It feels very easy to be like, yeah, that's a Pokemon, you know? Like, okay, Fox, that is fire. Got it. Everybody's got one of those, and it does feel a bit like, okay, you know, you kind of roll your eyes, go, yeah, it's Pokemon, whatever. It's like, yeah, but I don't necessarily think that it... Like, to me, I don't think it's the kind of thing that is easy to just throw down. Like, oh yeah, it's definitely a Pokemon. Like, I don't know, Firefox has been around for ages. Hello, sir. You're not from around these parts, are you? Welcome to our humble village, maybe a small settlement, but feel free to stay as long as you like. They've all been domesticated. We live in peace with the pals. Rumor has it a massive disaster once brought them to the edge of extinction long ago, but you do want to seek out the world tree. Referring to that massive tree off in the distance. Legend says that should you reach the world tree, you'll find the truth and all there is to know behind these islands. Also, a source of limitless power lies within. 20 more myths surround you, but I presume you get the idea. Afraid I don't know what you might actually find there. Catch a grandpa. Heard that Rain Syndicate boss person might be the person to ask, but by all accounts, he's been missing for quite some time. Rain Syndicate is an armed group that set up base at that tower, currently rules over the surrounding area. Acting as the leader's daughter, Zoe. By judging how unruly the rest of the members are, I do question how much order has been established. And now to be about Pal gear. You can equip them with gear. Foxmarks like to build their den close to the tower. If you manage to secure one, have a hand at crafting a Foxmarks harness. I see. Oh, that's cool. Quests. Mission. Submission. Special dish. I can do this really quick while we're here. Did it. Oh, there we go. Now I can track it. Take the dish. The idea of bounty hunter. What the heck? Oh, there's also this tower. Arrogant Pal critic. What does this guy gotta say? The chief judge of the World Pal exhibition. I came to this region to see Lift Monk, but it got away. Okay, well we have fast travel here, so we're good there. I will catch Grandpa at another time. You think I'm supposed to take this to reliable PIDF officer? Hello. What's that? Is that for me? It smells absolutely wonderful. Thanks. Save every bite. Cool. Then speak to the farmer. Got it. I am poisoned. I am poisoned. Let's see. I feel like the fast travel is interesting because I don't know how much I want to fast travel, but I've kind of started having a debate with myself whether I like fast travel at all. It sounds weird to describe it like this, but the basics of my thoughts are that I've kind of found that I don't know how much I like fast travel anymore. And a lot of it's coming from the... Okay, my guy is taking a lot of damage. Yeet. Jeez. I need to get it away from that. I need to get it away from... There we go. Okay, so now Spuff can fight. Spuff, how'd you run into that one? Spuff, my guy, I love you, but like, how'd you do that one? But it's... I feel like with some creatures, I just kind of roll my eyes with the whole character design thing. But there are others where it's like, okay, but if you try to design something like this, you're going to end up at similar conclusions. It's one of those things where you will end up with similar conclusions if you try to design similar concepts, you know? Like there are just some designs that's very hard to evade, you know? I would argue that designing, I think Fox characters might be some of the hardest ones to do. And I'm saying this with, you know, fully well knowing that foxes are my thing. But I guess just consider, how hard is it to design a fox character that does not trip on the feet or hands of other fox characters, you know? I think one of the examples I can think of that comes to mind is how easy is it to design a... I guess this is the one I kind of poke at all the time when it comes to streaming. How many VTubers are fox, you know, fox girls or kitsune or any various form of fox character, you know? Like you look on Twitch and there's like it's a dime a dozen to get a fox, you know, fox characters, you know? Getting fox shaped cat girls, essentially. Very easy to find. Because and a lot of it comes down to I don't know if this is mean, but it does actually seem like part of it is that foxes are it's not quite like, actually, funny thing, I don't see many, like, there's dog streamers, but not many. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, how many times have you heard of somebody talking about Oh, I just wanted to see that thing. Aw. It is kind of sad that you can't really approach any of the pals without them either running. If they're like larger ones, then they run away. If they're rare ones, they run away. If they're angry ones, they attack you. So it's like, oh, okay. Man, just in there like, man. All right, so back up to. Can I fast travel to base specifically? Where does it put me? Does it put me in front of the... Oh, it puts me here. Okay, cool. Okay, let's see. I need to deploy... If I deploy Gumos... If I deploy Gumos to the base... Okay, so Gumos can work on that. Okay, so if I swap out... I'll swap out Fiddlesticks. I'll put Fiddlesticks in my team, I think. Oh, we have T-Fant. Oh, we should... Okay, wait. Which one did I just put in? Hang on. Palworld, easygoing. Okay, we're gonna put Fiddlesticks in the box for now. See, when equipped, actually no, we'll put Fiddlesticks on the team. Mine, Foreman, and Ferocious. Okay, well that's all right. So we want okay. So we want. I think we want this Fox Sparks to be. Oh, this is. Oh no, this is player mining efficiency. Interesting. Let's bring... Let's do this like this. Okay. I'm just making sure that I have everything I need. Alright. Honestly, we're looking pretty solid, though, all things considered. Okay, build this. There's something very... calming about the base building side of this, I would say. Maybe this is the part I like more, is just I like the base building. I like doing the work here. Kind of like this is the part of the game I am a fan of. More than the mozzarella cheeseburger. Now one sad thing is that I do have to eat food pretty... That's not what I wanted to do. Oops. That's not what I want to do. Use. There we go, buddy. All right, cool. Yeah, I guess with the... I guess in general, the thing that I find myself thinking about is the... There's something to this game that is... There's stuff that is nice about this game, and then there's stuff that makes me, like, kind of raise an eyebrow. You know, kind of not look at it the same way. I think the big one for me personally is just I do find that the game's juxtaposition between its appearance and its outward actual gameplay feels at odds, you know? Like I know I said it before, but I do think that I feel like I don't want to actually hurt the pals because they're nice guys, you know? But it feels like the game's, like the survival genre tends to be pretty set on you are going to conquer this space and that is your objective. But the game itself, and that's the survival genre's sort of feel. I think in games like Ark, the emotional and I would say the aesthetic contrast doesn't really happen because I think dinosaurs in general are kind of keenly... It's very hard to escape the fact that dinosaurs are dangerous, partially due to the... I would say that... Where the heck did... Where's Gumos? Oh, they're waiting for the growth. I see. see, I see. Okay. I have a lot of stuff. Why do I have so much stuff? I could probably start putting away... Probably start putting away some of these things. Hang on. Let's see, what do we got? Chest. What do I have in here that's like the heaviest? Ores. Okay, well we don't need these on our person right now. I could take half the wood. Aquatic pal fluids. Those away. Bone. Cool. Nothing makes me feel better than taking the bones of my enemies. Yes. Excellent. Truly beautiful. Nature is wonderful, isn't it? I'm trying to think of it. Can I? I need something else for these, yeah? Cloth. Okay. Do 3. Let Miriam do the thing. Whew. Man. We are well past the hour mark. Hope everyone's had a good weekend. For my part, I moved 2 whole trees yesterday. They were downed trees from some storms a while back, and pretty happy that I was able to actually get around to cleaning that up finally. That was good. Oh, that's a baby. That's a friend. Friend-shaped. Kind of funny. I feel like I need to name all of them. Hey, Miriam, T-Fan. I'll name T-Fan. I'll name T-Fan, and then I'll leave Gumas to be named by someone else. I think T-Fan I'll name T-Fan Bubble. Easy peasy. He's a good one. What does she do? Dainty Eater. Hunger decreases 10% slower. Well, that's pretty good. Actually, that's a pretty solid thing, given that if she's gonna stay here, that's pretty solid. Oh, interesting. So Gumas reduces the weight of all types of wood by 40%. Interesting. Let's see. I will name Gumas. Let's see, what do we name Gumas? She's a goofy little slime. I will name her... You know, let's name her... Actually, yeah, we'll just... Name her Gooby. There you go, buddy. You get to be Gooby. That's what I call my dog sometimes. It's just like, that is Gooby. Alright, the food has been acquired. What do I need? I need a Pal Gear workbench. I will help. I'm gonna help build this one because this one's gonna take some time. How's it going? It's going good, Julian. How are you doing? Hope today's good for you. It's been kind of like a chill, quiet day. It's been pretty good. It was quiet for me in general too, because I was able to take some time and just enjoy the weather. I got to go outside a little bit. Thankfully, before no bad weather came through either. Select recipe. Let's see. Were there some controversies with Palworld? On its release, kickstarted a fair bit of them, but I find that it's kind of a complicated mess when I look back at it, because it feels like there was a fair bit going on back there, but I don't know how much. I don't know how much of it mattered to the general public, even though people argued about it over and over. But I don't know how much it affected people's general enjoyment of the game. Seems like this is one of those games that really did kind of just weather the storm. It's funny, it created itself a storm and then proceeded to work its way through all that. And that's kind of curious, you know? It's one of those things that feels very bizarre to me. How much does it cost for this? I needed 50 rocks. Okay. I could probably go get those right now while I'm thinking about it. But I think this game's... The controversy with the character design, I think that one's contestable, but still... It kind of comes down to a personal decision of, do you think these look very close to Pokemon? I think the tough thing for this game, in that defense, is that it's very easy to see where the inspiration comes from, you know? But to say that it's fully a ripoff, I think is... It's one of those things where I think it's a matter of personal taste. You know, I think... to me, I feel like it's a little too close to home, personally. As a Pokemon player, I can kind of see where... I can see where a lot of the argument is for... Yeah, this is just a Pokemon thing, and it's like, yeah, I can see it. I could definitely see where it's just Pokemon argument comes from, and I don't think I would disagree if someone said that they fully believe that that's the case. Like, I think that's, to me, that seems reasonable. Let's see. Can I build another bed? If I build another bed, I can make mailbox. I think I'm gonna put Fiddlesticks back in the box. Little dude's just working. But as much as I personally think I will say, as much as I do think that this game has it definitely has some issues that are pretty easy to spot from the outside, but I do think it is controversial they won't let you catch Grandpa. That's also true. But I do think though that I think this game in particular, though, if I'm going to point at any controversy, I would say that the character design seems to be the only big one, but no, it doesn't. It kind of takes away from the discussion of the game itself. Like, okay, well, what's the game actually doing? And I think the tough thing is that survival, as a survival game, I think the game is doing some things that are kind of fascinating, and other things that are kind of just okay. Like, I just think they're all right. I think a lot of this game's I think a lot of the controversies come from a place of focus on everything other than the game itself. Personally, I don't think it's like, the character design thing is one thing, but even if the character designs weren't having the issue of being too close to Pokemon, I think the real issue is, okay, but how's the game actually play, you know? I feel like that's the sort of thing that would be, at least to me, it'd be arguably more important, is, okay, but how's the game actually feel when you play it, right? And I do think that's sort of lost in the sauce of the discussion when people start talking about this game. Since so much of the focus of the game is on those initial discussions on the characters, that I think it does sometimes lose the plot of, okay, but how does the game feel in total, you know? And I think that's where I find myself lacking on information, which I actually think is kind of a common thread for a wide number of games, frankly. There's actually a fair number of games where it feels like I can get up. I just wanted to sleep in the bed. There we go. Okay. If I have enough space... Okay. If I build another bed... I can build one more bed. If I can build another... If I can build one more bed and we can build... And we make the next base upgrade... I think what I could do then, with the base upgrade, is I'm not mistaken. With the base upgrade, I think I can put a fire. I can have a fire. I can leave one of the fox sparks out, and they'll be able to help with stuff. 50 wood, 20 stone. Good God. I need... What do I need again? I know I needed another thing. What was it? Oh, the logging site. That's right. But I think when you actually strip away the controversy of a game, it's more important to discuss what the game actually does, right? I know that people... I know a fair number of people don't like discussing it, but it's sort of the thing that I found to be lost with Hogwarts Legacy. Was that, okay, no, everybody was yelling about, you know, oh, it's J.K. Rowling this, J.K. Rowling that. Okay, but what about... But she didn't have any say on the game, and how is the game itself? And... It's funny, too, because I don't... Whenever I heard the whole Harry Potter hubbub, I never heard anybody say anything about the Universal ride. You know, like the one with the motorcycles, that thing? I never heard anybody yell about that. Only about the video game. Like, and I know that that's kind of like... Kind of feels like an easy... Well, it feels like a what about you argument. It doesn't feel like it actually argues anything. But I do find that it's an important thing to consider is that, okay, but if there's a double standard, why is that? What's the difference, right? And I find with games with controversy around them that sometimes we forget that there is a game at the core of it. You know, that the controversy happens, sure, but what's actually being done in the game? I think Call of Duty has a like a loving toxic relationship with this idea. Like, they really love to say, well, can you believe we're doing this in a video game? And it's like, I don't really care, to be honest. Like, one of the ones I can think of is the way they advertise the most shocking scenes in Call of Duty. No Russian is the most, No Russian's the most famous example. And I remember that it was one of those things that I had to stop and go and, like, you know, stop and consider what just happened. But... Later in life, I find that the more I think about that scene, the less it means. Like, yeah, the game just made you... The game said, oh yeah, you have to... Like, you can choose not to, but you will be witness to war crimes. You know, it's like, yeah, you're going to be witness to these characters doing, like, you know... In No Russian, it's you're blasting an airport full of innocent people. It's like, okay, but what does that actually mean? And then you play the rest of the game, and it's like, all it does is glorify, you know... I was like, oh yeah, U.S. military, hoorah, whatever. Like, it was kind of empty, you know? And on the point of Hogwarts Legacy, no one's... I don't think anyone's going to care if I mention I played it, but I played it, like, a while back. And I played it, like, a long time ago. And I played it in my own private time because I recognized correctly that if I even tried to stream it, if I tried to stream... that game, I probably would have been destroyed off the internet. Even if it was, my objective was to play it for the sake of education. It doesn't matter. The game, like, some games create witch hunts, and that's all that matters. And that's kind of difficult to work with. But the truth of the matter is, though, is that if your objective is the truth, you're going to end up looking in places that mean you have to kind of look at what the game is doing and saying, okay, what's the reality here? To be entirely honest with I feel like with when I think about the controversy from the perspective of game dev, I feel like the tough thing is that there are some controversies when it comes to, you know, the games themselves that I do think are avoidable. Some things are avoidable. But some, however, I find it's like, okay, how would you in hindsight evade some of these things, right? There are just some things that you just kind of stop and look at it and go, okay, but how the heck do you even... If you were to try and tell somebody, okay, try to avoid the controversy surrounding a particular game, how do you even begin to start trying to avoid some of these pitfalls, right? Like, in the case of... Like, again, I'll bring up Harry Potter. It's like, how would you make a video game using this property that wouldn't make people, like, immediately jump to think that you're trying to do something horrible, you know? How would you even start, right? I should not have used all those palladium. Whatever. But it makes you stop and wonder, like, okay, but would it have mattered? Because, in the case of, like, especially some controversies, when it comes to some games, it feels like having somebody on the inside questioning those decisions would be necessary. Though, like, these sorts of things can be avoided if you have somebody voicing the concerns from the inside. And with some games, I find that if you had somebody saying, no, don't do that, some games wouldn't be made, right? There are some games that really wouldn't have happened if somebody had told you to not go forward, you know? Whoa. And I think that's, you know, it kind of brings up a curious question of like, okay, but where do video games sit when it comes to making controversial decisions? When it comes to art, it's hard to pinpoint where you're not supposed to go, you know? That's a bit of a... It's a bit of a hard spot to understand, you know? Like, where does the point stop, you know? And I think that's a tough one. And it's the same thing with any art, you know? It's like some pieces of art exist as a sort of point to the limit, you know, of where they exist as the point of like, here's the limit of what we should do with our artwork, with the things we make, right? There are some things that just have to exist for that purpose, right? And it does at times though make you wonder, okay, but how should we go about, you know, properly policing ourselves? But sometimes I find that it would be hard for me to say that people shouldn't make some of these things, you know, like with Palworld's case, it does feel like it was inevitable that somebody would make a game that would challenge Pokemon's, frankly, it's like mass control over the idea of you capture creatures to put in ball and go and, you know, you go and battle with them, you know? It's the sort of thing that it's exactly the sort of thing though where if you are asking yourself if like other developers can do that, I feel like Palworld's kind of like, yeah, something like Palworld was going to happen inevitably because of the fact that it's like, okay, we're going to end up with something similar at some point, you know? Alrighty, I do need to, at least to my understanding, I think I need to level up some more, and I need to get more tech points. So I'm gonna go explore some more the next day, I think. But as a developer, as a programmer, and somebody who prefers to just, like, you know, to make my work and let people see it, it can be very frustrating if you see somebody get in trouble for an idea that you were thinking about, you know? But also, it kind of steps, like, some of them, like I said, I think it sometimes steps away from being, this is a controversy with some level of understandability. And here's a controversy that kind of feels like it doesn't mean anything. I bring up Hogwarts Legacy, I think, as like Hogwarts Legacy and Palworld seem to like be the two poster childs of the modern. Were there any of the controversies to do with the use of AI? Something about uncreative designs? There were. I've looked online and I kind of raised an eyebrow about the validity of the statements, but there were statements saying that people said that the AI was used for this game. I couldn't find any corroborative evidence. It's just mostly hearsay and, you know, people wanting to. It seems like it's hearsay. I don't know for certain. But as much as I think generative AI should stay out of game development in general, as much as I had that opinion, and most consumers and developers, at least from who I've talked to, feel the same way. The ones that don't feel the same way. The ones that wish to use the AI, that wish to use that sort of stuff. The trouble is the rhetoric. It wouldn't be so bad if it's just, oh, we're trying to, you know, we want these tools to become better. We want to, and if people were training them on, if people were training to their own tools on their own work, it would not be such a bad idea. It wouldn't be such a bad thing. But they don't train these things on their own stuff. They're not trying to make the work themselves. It's about the rhetoric around it revolves around, no, I want the work done. I want it now. And I don't want to wait to do it right. And I think that's where I think a lot of that particular that circle of controversy, the AI stuff, I think it comes from bad players not wanting to. It's not about they want to use it in unfair ways, without consideration for the artists around them. It's one thing if somebody wants to make a tool and automate their own work with their own stuff. I couldn't say anything bad about something like that. But because so many of the proponents simply want an easy in. They want an easy into game development, to the money in game development. That to me is where it's like, yeah, that's inexcusable. Wholesale. And I have my opinions, sure, but it's like, more or less that affects how I work. And as I understand it, I was talking to my brother about this recently, and it's something that I find is that it's one thing for me and another person to disagree, because I personally believe that me and other people can have differing opinions. And it is well within our rights to disagree with each other. That is the American truth. And to me, it's a human truth that, you know, it is the human right to disagree with each other. It is nobody's right to tell me that I can't disagree with them. Like, if I disagree with somebody, it's okay. You know, it's like we could disagree about something and I won't be like, you're not allowed to have those opinions. And with these controversies, it often boils down to people having opinions that differ and being unable to reconcile that, yeah, we can differ on these things. Like, I can still be friends with somebody even if we differ on some of our views, you know? Obviously, if we're completely contradictory by that point, we probably find we're not good friends anyway, but of things I have found, I often find that it is true, though, that a lot of controversy stems from the conflict of views. I think that tends to be what the line lands on, is that usually it's two groups of people disagree on how a thing should be dealt with. And since the views are so irreconcilable, there is nothing but conflict left to settle the debate, you know? Even if that's not the best way to do it, you know? But it does happen. And that's you know, it's part of it. I go back to Hogwarts Legacy all the time just because it feels like the most overblown, to me, it feels like the most overblown conflict. Because the developers wanted to do something, ironically, it's because of the fact that the developers wanted to do something with the property without J.K. Rowling. Like, J.K. Rowling only really just gave the thumbs up because it's, you know, she still owns the thing. But, and I guess to some extent, when I see conflicts like that, I always find myself thinking, did it matter 10 years ago? Views change, of course, the world changes, but to point to something like that and to say, well, this like negates all the good that something does when the creator turns bad. It's like, the way I always ponder it is, if somebody watched a show as a kid and it taught them genuinely good lessons, it made them a good person, and you find out that the show was made by someone who wasn't very good, does that negate the good things you learned from it? Do you have to scrub that all from your identity? Or do you take the fact that those things were made at a different time in a different place, and the people who made those things aren't the people who showed up today? Maybe they were. But, you know, it's one of those things that I don't think... It's kind of like you run into a book in isolation. You know, you find a book and it teaches you something important about yourself. And then you find out later that like the author was a horrible person, right? Do you suddenly just have to say, well, I can't be that I can't take that lesson from that book anymore because it was written by someone bad? And of course, you know, the subjective is like, is it a good, what's a good thing? And it's like, well,
What?
Ain't that a question? Where did I see that goddamn eagle statue? Am I going crazy? I saw an eagle statue, right? Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna keep walking. But, you know, it's just one of those things I find with, in terms of game design, it has no place in there, in the discussion, you know? Because for me, it's like the game design should be focused on, why did they design the lake this way? Why did they focus on, like, how did they do their landmarks? How did the game handle, you know, the various pieces of making the game? You know, the technical aspects, the optimizations. The stuff that is important to me is the way that that the craft is done. And if I have to sit there scrutinizing the people behind it all the time, I find that it's just difficult, man. You know, it's like, it's like if I go through and I have to scrutinize each person, God forbid I had to agree with all the people that made every game that's ever been made, you know? Like, if every game I streamed, I had to vet every single person who worked on it personally. Be like, do they agree with me? It's like, you know how annoying it'd be to engage with any work? Like, you wouldn't be able to watch anything. You disagree with somebody over one thing. It's like, how do you begin to watch anything? How do you begin to play anything? I don't know, man. Whenever I play games, I focus on, why did they put the tower here and not, like, you know, 10 feet to the left or something, you know? What spurred the decisions made? Also, man, this grass looks... I don't know what it is, but this grass just looks... Something about this just looks really gross. See what I mean? Just like... Who put this here, man? I don't know. Some of the artistic direction with this game, personally, has been kind of unflattering. And I reckon that to somebody, it might be, oh, you're playing on an Xbox. It's, you know, PC's where it's at. It's like, well, PC's always where it's at. And it's also where it's not, you know? It's like, what? Not every player is going to be on PC. RuneScape had a lot of controversy about real-world trading. It gave birth to old school's no real-world trading philosophy, which is more popular than the original now. Interesting. But I find that with some of these things, you know, with some games, with some stories, I find that when people allow the controversies to drown out the fact that the work exists, it can be really hard to engage with it in good faith. Because, you know, I think it allows us, it gives us, it kind of turns the whole discussion into, is like, it stops focusing on what is this thing doing right and wrong, and man, that person is a bad person. And it's like, well, oh, that's where it is. Oh, I'm a fool. I was on the right path. Go. And I go, no microtransactions philosophy. Is that what I meant, perhaps? I think, you know what's the thing, though? I have found that microtransactions might be one of those things that the business, I think microtransactions might be the thing that most egregiously forces itself into your game design if you allow it to happen. To me, it sits similar to generational AI, where I'm borrowing this language from a book about torture. I know this is gonna sound weird, but it's like, what's the good in interrogation, in discussion, and persuasion when a bat gets you the same results? You know, this is a very weird description, but let me explain. But it's like, if you find a brute force powerful method that is very destructive but works out quite well for you, where's the incentive to not do that? You know what I mean? Like, if your desire is to acquire a finished work, to acquire answers, to get something, you know, generally you will find that, at least to my eye, what I have found is that when you find that the shortest path to these sorts of things Huh. That's cool. But I think once you find that the fast and brute forced method is the answer you prefer, it is very hard to not do that. Why are those guys aggravated against me? If I walk over this hill, am I about to get shot? Kind of curious now. I haven't made myself a weapon. I should probably go home and make a weapon. Hang on. A cave here too. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back home real quick. Saver mobile games. Does anyone really care about them having microtransactions? I think it kind of it slides back into the same thing with, at least to me, I think it slides into the same thing as, oh buddy. Where is, oh there's Kativa. Oh fiddlesticks. Oh fiddlesticks, how are you? There you go, buddy. Just wasting them the mind. Well, and here's the thing with to say that it's different just because it's a mobile game implies that there is a level of that implies that there is a level of game design where you can excuse it. But that's kind of like saying, to me it feels kind of like saying that there's a level at which you can excuse any sin, any issue. Like, it is okay to excuse certain things once they're far enough down the totem pole, you know? Like, I feel like that's a very easy way to dismiss it. At least to me. I feel like it's an easier way to say, yeah, I can let that slide because it's far enough down the chain. Like, it's far enough out from me that I don't have to worry so much. And I find that I don't think that works. Like with mobile games, a lot of their microtransactions is like, oh, buy the game fully, and what if it's a free download? When they have ads, if a game uses ads and they do it that way, it doesn't necessarily excuse like the microtransaction method. Because it used to be, at least with mobile games, the whole thing used to be that what you would do is you would buy the game to get rid of ads. That was the whole thing with the whole free download thing, was you'd buy like a $2 version to have no ads, or you have the free version with ads. Nowadays, though, a lot of games have gone to, oh, well, let's design the game around having the player say, oh, well, you ran out of chances for today. How about you buy more? A lot of it boils down to the player wants to keep playing on their phone, put it behind money. And it's still the same. It's a very predatory tactic because it preys on the instant dopamine rush of throw money at the problem. And I find that is still, it's still a problem that is going to be affecting how people talk about games, you know? It's like it affects the players and how they approach it too, but I would argue that it's something that it used to be different in terms of that, but with microtransactions, when you say microtransactions, it's a very different mindset than advertisements. When you throw ads on a free game, yeah, you're right, nobody does care, because a lot of the time ads on that really do just boil down to, oh, we have the ability to, like, we have the ability to play this game, and oh, it's free, but we also have, it's free, but we have these ads, and you can, you know, it's like, that's fine, you know. And people, I think back then people were kind of used to ads being part of the experience, but not so much in a way that it gets in the way, you know. Let's see, I do have a bow now. Cool. I have arrows. I think 46 arrows should be enough. I think I'm going to store away some of these things. But yeah, no, I do think that with microtransactions in particular, the whole thing with it is that a lot of games are being built around them rather than the game having them, but being a full game on its own. a lot of the whole thing with microtransactions is that the objective is to scalp you for money. It is not about building a good game. It's about, okay, we have this business plan that the players should be buying buy the loot boxes, buy the keys, buy the whatever, you know, it's like buy the thing. And the objective is to get you to spend money. It isn't about the player actually playing the game. It's about, okay, the player should be spending money, and then the way we pull them in is with the game. That's the objective. And that's kind of how they try to do it. That's the objective, really. And I find that to be a gross use of the power in those systems. I think that sort of thing can be very. What about the games which is just cheap money grabs? A lot of those people don't care about, but it's because of the fact that nobody's gonna play them. Actually, I ran into exactly this sort of thing that I did try out Mecha Chameleon finally. It's solidly all right. I like it well enough, but it felt like the novelty wore off pretty quick once I played it enough, frankly. Oh, ball. I hate hitting these guys. I just hate hitting my friends. You know, these are little guys. I don't want to hit them. I do not want to hit the friend-shaped creatures. I'm gonna try and... Okay, let me... Hello. I hate hitting the... I do not like hitting the... I do not like hitting the... I do not like hitting the burb. I'm gonna let them. Let's see. Come back here. Okay. Well, I think cheap money grabs tend to be unremarkable games because of the fact they're cheap money grabs, and that tends to be how it lands anyhow. So I don't really observe them often because I don't find them to be worth discussion. I guess back to the part where we started from with, you know, controversies. I think in particular when it ignores discussion of the game at large, which is kind of what I find with this game. I find that the discussion never talks about this game's gameplay. It seems like the desire is to focus more on discussing, okay, like the big news stories about the game being, oh, it's a, you know, cheap cash grab or whatever. It's like, okay, kind of. And more low budget or games which are low effort clones. Ones always end up mobile game ads. Funny thing about that, I guess back to the Fortnite thing. I was talking about Mecha Chameleon. I forgot my thread. Now I remember. I actually ran into a genuine clone on Fortnite of all places, and the clone wasn't even good. You can't paint the body. It's just a color thing. It's just like you choose a color, and a lot of it was just okay, cool. It has the Mecha Chameleon cover art, or at least a mockery of it. And that was it. It's like, it's not doing anything. It's not actually trying to be a knockoff of the game. It's just trying to cash in on, frankly, it's just trying to cash in on what ostensibly is just, oh yeah, here's this brand new thing we're doing that people are interested in. We gotta make our fake knockoff version of it. Honestly, I think that sort of stuff just eats at your soul. You know, it's the sort of thing that I don't think you do that and then, as a developer, actually believe you're good at game development, you know? Like, somewhere in the back of your head, you're insecure about all the work you do. And I feel like that's what ends up happening, is that the developers who do that sort of thing inadvertently become very... They kind of become less... They become less... Their integrity also landslides, which is awful for them. It's the sort of thing that when when it happens to a developer, it just feels bad, you know? Just for the money probs. And well, that's the thing. If you're gonna always do things for the money, it's very easy that you'll either cannibalize your own business or burn yourself down trying to keep up that sort of ethos. Like, how often is it that you see developers trying to do stuff like that, and then they just kind of fall apart doing that, you know? But but as I was saying though, I think whenever controversies or big blowout, even good things, you know, good discussions where it's tons of people, you know, yelling and screaming about a particular game, I almost never get to hear discussions about the game, you know? Like Mecha Chameleon, I went and played it and it's perfectly fine. But whenever I hear people talk about it, they act like it's God's gift to the indie dev scene, and it's like, well, it's not bad. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's solidly all right, you know? And like with this game, I kept hearing about, you know, it's like people talking on and on and on about the... It's like, you know, you hear people talking on and on about the... Oh, hey, Emeraldo, how's it going today? How's it going, my man? Let me shout out my guy. Welcome, Raiders. Let me shout out my guy. Sushi. Oh yeah, you were playing Sushi Ben. How was that? How was it today? Hope it was good. Hope all was working today. I'm trying to catch this hedgehog.
Yeah.
I missed. Yeet?
Yeah.
Question mark? Okay. Hello. Oh god. Oh my god. That thing is ow. That thing is angy. I don't like hitting my friend. This is supposed to ostensibly be my friend. Alright, please catch. Okay, we got him. Nice. Oh, it could generate 10 million volts. Well, that's cool. Well, ain't that swell? Where am I? Well, welcome in, Raiders. Hope all's good. I'm ODaM. I make things. Most recently was a book. I think that was good. Pokemon style games. What do you think has evolved a good monster design? What are examples of Pokemon when their Pokemon design went wrong? Alright, I will say, funny thing, I don't think I've ran into a Pokemon where the design is wrong. It more or less comes down to... It's like... It never feels like it's outside of Pokemon's design philosophy. I think it usually comes down to... Why this particular concept, you know?
Yep.
Which I think is a different question than... Different sort of thing, I think, but... At least from my perspective, I always find that with stuff like Pokemon designs, I don't think I've ever seen a Pokemon design where it's like, ow, where like, oh, the Pokemon is poorly designed. It mostly just comes down to how does it feel as a Pokemon in general? Oh. I don't know, man. It's like, I guess I think I have some bias towards Pokemon personally, but... But in any case, I think the ones that are the hardest sells when it comes to Pokemon designs, I think the hardest sells are the ones that are the object Pokemon. You know, like, I'd say like Klefki, I would say...
What?
I would say those are the sorts of things where Pokemon kind of gets a bit awkward. Even back to Generation 1, like Magnemite and... I'm thinking of Voltorb, you know, it's like... People have conflicting opinions about these Pokemon because they aren't creatures in the same way that most people consider a creature, you know? They don't consider it an animal. So it's like, it's the sort of thing that is very easy to be kind of like, oh, well, that's kind of a weird character design for what we're trying to do. But at the same time, at least to me, I find that I like the object Pokemon. I think they're fun, but I do see the argument that they're a bit harder to justify sometimes, you know? I think this game has done an interesting thing where it seems like they're trying their best to avoid object creatures at all costs. Which I think is, at the very minimum, it's a reasonable mindset given their objective to have naturally occurring monsters, you know? Because you kind of avoid that whole problem if you just don't have monsters that are shaped, frankly, weirdly, you know? Can I catch two? Got one. I did not catch two. Uh-oh. Spuff, can you please help me out here? But I guess, like I said, I think that the... Oh, it's dead. And... Oh, well, that's not what I wanted at all. Crap. Sorry, buddy. Kinda hoping to catch that one. Good enough. Thanks, Buff. Good job, buddy. But I do think that... I think that with character designs, the tough thing is trying to make them distinct. If you're trying to follow the model that Pokemon has, it's very hard to do so without feeling like you're making knockoff Pokemon, right? Like, that's a tough ask, frankly, you know? Like, it's a tough ask to be like, okay, let me make a not Pokemon without the design philosophy of Pokemon, you know? Like, that's a hard one, Digimon. Well, it's like Digimon, I'll be honest, I played Digimon Time Stranger a while ago. And you know, I'll be real. I don't think Digimon Time Stranger I feel like Digimon Time Stranger kind of highlighted like the difference between Digimon and Pokemon. Because Digimon does weird crap. Like wholesale weird. Like, it's not just like, oh, they do things that are like just different from Pokemon. It's like, no, they follow similar ideas of let's do our creature designs in particular ways in order to really capture the essence of the franchise. Because Digimon, they design in such a bizarre fashion that it wraps around to making total sense. Because Digimon has like 3 rules. It either has to be a gun, a cryptid, or a monster, or like a monster, not an animal. Very rarely do they actually have like... It's funny, whenever they do have something that would ostensibly be like, oh, this is like an animal-shaped creature, it also says like, oh yeah, it also it has a gun. Like, okay. Sure, you know, like whatever, man. That makes sense. And that's kind of I'll be honest, it's kind of one of the fun parts of Digimon. Like Pokemon, the whole thing is that it's supposed to have, to an extent, a fantastical setting that allows for the marriage of technology and nature. Do I think I'd make a Pokemon style game? I think if I were to design something where it's a capture, like you're supposed to capture other creatures, or, you know, capture the essence of these things, I'd probably want to lean closer to the SMT style, like Shin Megami Tensei, where it's you recruit the creatures through either, you know, because in SMT, the whole thing is like you recruit them by talking to them and treating them like equals, you know, and peers in that regard. And I think it's interesting because I always found that to be more enticing. With Pokemon, part of the thing is that it's like there's a Pokemon trainer-Pokemon relationship that is... The Pokemon is supposed to follow the lead of the trainer. Which, yeah, if you look at it closer, it's like a little hard to... It's a little bit different, but... If I were to go strictly towards the Pokemon style, like, you know, you have to weaken them, and then they are a creature you directly control through orders or, you know, otherwise. Baseball bat. I heard that. All right, buddy, let's get him. Maybe? But I don't know if personally, I don't know if I would design a game of that style. Not necessarily because I don't think it'd be something I can do, because I could probably do it fine. I'd have to find an artist to work with so I can better make the creature designs, but I think the thing that would kind of steer me away from it, actually more so than anything, is just that I know firsthand that how much of a pain in the neck it is to design 100+ creatures and have to balance out all that crap, you know? Part of it also, I would say, is the fact that it's very hard to design an elemental system without Pokemon or any other game stepping in. I mean, heck, I did Red Genie, and a lot of my damage system was built on D&D. It's very hard to evade the elemental systems that come from other games. Like, I did some different stuff with mine. I also had light and dark, and it's funny enough with video games. I think a lot of games with D&D, I think Baldur's Gate 3 might be one of the few exceptions to this, but a lot of them tend to avoid the thorny issue of how do you handle force damage. And force damage is weird. D&D has it has a hard time with that sometimes. What is this thing? What is this cave anyway? Enter dungeon, hillside cavern, boss level 13. Okay, well, I'm not gonna be able to do that anytime soon, so we'll come back to that. But I think the tough thing is that I wouldn't want to just build something that's the same as another thing, right? Like, what was it? There was one game that basically is just, it's Pokemon upset and not willing to do any tasks. Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Do you need a break? Hi, buddy. Do you need a break? No, do you need a break, buddy? My guy needs some help. Actually, come to think of it, now that I have it, hang on, where is it? Pals, infrastructure. Healthcare, here it is. Okay, thank God. He just wants to play tag. I need to build this hot spring. They need relaxation, my guy. All right, give this boy some relaxation. My guy's at 58% sanity. He needs help. He needs some milk. We're gonna build him a hot spring. Maybe this will assist in keeping him happy. I do know that one thing with this game too is that the pals also gain experience from being on the field here, so at least amusingly enough, this is one of those things that comes up. Why does it feel with tomatoes? What tomatoes? Oh, it's just because it was building. Now it's okay. Let's see. What do I need now? What else do we need? We need the logging thing. What we're here for. Good God, this is gonna be a pain in the neck, isn't it? Let's see. Put this back outside of base area. Okay, so let's see. I kind of wish I didn't build among these ruins now, but this should be fine. I'm trying to think of where to put it. I think if I rotate it and put it here, that'll work. Yeah, something like this is fine, I think. That'll do. Okay. I guess to the point to get to the point I've been building towards with this whole discussion, with all the discussions I've had on stream, I feel like this game is its design is all right. Buffs trust increases to its stats increase, so that's nice. And I think this game's design is very, like, it's all right. You know, it's like, I don't think it's, at least for me, I don't think it's particularly. It's not groundbreaking on the survival side. You know, it's doing all the stuff survival games have done. And its UI is quite inspired by Pokemon Legends Arceus, from what I understand. It's pretty darn close, all things considered, frankly. And that's okay. You know, it's like, it's perfectly all right. Okay. But I do find at times though that with some games I do think that there is a very real problem that I feel like this game, it's doing the thing where it has all these systems and overlaid menu and like menus upon menus and all these different systems that are supposed to interweave, but it kind of feels instead like all of them exist independently, which I would argue is kind of against the point when you design a game like this, you know? I think it's the sort of thing where the game is doing something that... Can I get the... I did. Can I give you... Can I wake this guy up? I want to wake him up. I'm gonna check something really quick. Has my guy been eating properly? He has been, but... Feel bad for waking him up, but can I talk to you? Hey, come here. Come here. Here, eat this burger. Does that make you happy? I kind of just want to make sure that for some reason my guy is not happy. He's been working like forever, and for some reason he's not giving himself any breaks, you know? He better off now? I'm gonna check his sanity now because I hope he's better off now. Well, are you good? Sanity 99. All it take. My guy just needed some like actual affirmation. That's crazy. He just needed affirmation and like somebody to tell him he's doing a good job. That's crazy. What a concept. But yeah, I do think that with this game, I do think that its systems are perfectly all right. I think some things in it are better than others. And overall, I think it's doing some stuff that's really cool and other stuff that does feel like, okay, man, what was the goal with making the game the way they did it, you know? Let's see. We have 6 beds. It seems hungry. I say, y'all can eat. The base is self-sustaining, thankfully, so that's actually pretty good. Mailbox manager. I could probably put one of the other... What does Musclehead do? I'll just put... out here. There we go. Easy peasy. Alrighty, let's see. I'll put attack up again. I guess whenever I look at games like this, the tough thing is that a lot of survival games make the mistake of separating their systems out. It's something I noticed with this game, and it's something I noticed with Ark. And it also happens with 7 Days to Die a little bit. Was that, for some reason, a lot of games similar to this do this thing where, for some reason, the belief is that, like, okay, so the crafting system is not like interwoven with all of your base building stuff. It's that you have to go out and do other stuff and you get the points by leveling up, but kind of feels like all this stuff is separated by the menus. And by extension, separated by the game itself kind of forcing things to be separate, I guess would be the best way to describe it. What is a statue of power? I would say also that some of this stuff is a little bit awkward just because we have to go through a lot of this rigmarole of finding all the stuff, you know. Statue of, oh, here's the statue of power. Interesting. Okay, so I need more points. All the torches lit. Could I swap out? I guess the question is, could I, with all those lit, could I swap out? Actually, let me go catch, if I go grab another Cativa, that would split the work that the two are doing. So if I capture another Cativa, that might help us out.
Yeah.
Well, I think the, but should I make a variant of a board game I like to like chess with lasers or something? Not quite. I did have the thought that one of the next game projects I personally want to do is I would like to do something where it's sort of like my short story collection. I like my short story collections where I write where I write a story about, so you know, I write like a really fast off the cuff story, and I like the idea of doing something like that but for game design. You know, the idea that I'm going to like little ideas like that, you know, chess, you know, like I've done some board games before. I've done some card games, you know, stuff like that. I don't find that, I guess with board games, the tough thing is that I would like to sit and do the whole, like design the whole thing. Which I do find is, it can be a little tough at times to figure out, because you first have to understand the game you're designing with, right? If you're trying to design literally a copy of a game, right? If you're trying to take like chess with lasers, you know, it's like if you're trying to do something like that, you have to first understand what is the appeal and the fun in playing chess, you know? And I think once you understand that, then you can go about saying, okay, well, how do I apply a twist to it? I think a lot of like making board games, I think, revolves around that idea of, okay, how do I redesign? Like, you have to do so because you're in a way that's not just redesign the wheel, right? Because your objective is not to redesign the wheel, it's to design something new. You know, your goal is to make something new at the end of the day. So if you're just trying to make another game with a thing, it's a little hard to sell that, you know? It's easy to describe something that way, but it's harder to sell that. I don't know what happened. Where did Emeraldo go? He raided in, and I'm kind of worried that he popped in and left. That ask was good. But yeah, no, it's just like, I'm always curious when it comes to how do we design it, you know, how do you design something new? I think this game, the tough thing is that they're starting from the starter pack, as it were, of survival games. And that's perfectly serviceable, but I do find that it kind of loses the point to me. You know, I feel like it loses the point a little bit of what the game is supposed to be trying to do. What level are these guys? Hello? Can I talk to this guy? Nope, these guys have guns. I see. Spuff, we're gonna fight. Owie. My god, that guy's a gun. Those guys have guns. Those guys have real guns. The music's not bad. It feels very generic, but I'm not too bad. Okay, I need to pull Spuff back. I'm gonna send in Vixie. Okay, what did I actually get from all this? Course ammo. Huh. Alright then. Hold release PAL. This thing looks so silly. What the heck is this thing? Oh, a little cloud. Became your ally and gifted me a peach? Interesting. I was a kid, my favorite game with my sister was drawing animals, cartoons, and drawing platformer dungeons, obstacles for them to navigate. I know I got the creativity to do that. Maybe cartoons is before we got consoles. I feel like sometimes though, it's like when you're like, it's also true when you make your own games. I think you end up with a different mindset for that sort of stuff. I think that's also true. You know, you design your own games, it's different. It's fun too, you know. I find that I think when it comes to designing, I think with like when I'm looking at this game, when I'm looking at the design of it, I feel like the tough thing is that they took the ideas of the survival genre and just kind of did them. They played it straight, you know. They did it exactly as they did it verbatim to what people expect from the genre. But I don't think they really stopped to understand what made, like, how to make that pop. It feels like the survival parts of this game are solidly like, yeah, they're doing their thing. What is this thing? Jellyfish.
Yeah.
Huh. That's weird. I don't really want to antagonize the jellyfish. How would I make it pop? I think part of it is just making sure that all the systems, like I said, I think having the systems feed each other in a more direct flow, I think would help somewhat. A lot of survival games have this problem where it's like, okay, you have to stop, get it, you know, rip open the menu. And Minecraft's no exception to this, where you have to rip open the menu. But I think whoa. I feel like in this game's case, the tough thing is that it's like, okay, how do you make this easier? With all the different stuff they have, it's like, okay, how do you make that easier? And it's hard to do so without it being its own sort of chore, frankly. I will catch the deer. No, you don't. Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. All the way down there, huh? Oh, I'm coming down there. You're not escaping me, deer. Oh god. All right, here we are. Sure, there's a better way. Well, and that's the thing. I've seen games where they handle it better, where it's like, okay, make it so that the menu systems are more navigable. Make it so that the games have making sure that the games have more going on under the hood, you know?
Yeah.
Oh god dang it. Oh god. You know, that's fine. That one froze me, that's fine. I think the tough thing is making UI that isn't just navigating menus. That's a hard one to do. I would say it is actually hard to do. Because when you have enough stuff in the way, you know? It's kind of like, how do you... What is this thing, man? Oh, you... Ah, dang it, Vixie. Ah, whatever. Like, if we look at these menus, I think part of the trouble is that each of these things is a... The trouble is that each of these is a separate item. But it's not organized in... It's organized in the sense of, okay, here's, you know, we're trying to separate these things based on the order we want you to get them. But I think by flooding the menu this way, it does feel like, okay, there's a lot of stuff that... It's not very elegant a menu. One of the ones I remember seeing was like the way that tech trees are organized in other strategy games. Giving it the sort of tree flowing look, and especially by putting together related objects, I think that helps it a ton. You know, just like, okay, you have to study this section, and you go through that way. And if it's supposed to be navigated in the sense of, okay, let's have it so it's these technologies flow in a form like Civilization flows them by having the different technologies be done, you know, they're done in a particular sequence. And I think that organization can be That one can be, you know, quite doable if you're... Can be more doable if you... God, these two are not hitting each other. I feel bad because I don't like hitting these guys. Oh, for... God, too much damage. Oh, poor guy. Nope. Okay, got him. Ooh, okay, we're good. I think that also comes down to some of the menu choices they made here, where in particular with the party system, with like the, when we get back, I'll showcase the PAL menu. A lot of survival games are menuing, which is, it's hard to get rid of that, frankly, because all of your technology, all of your stuff is hidden behind. It's all done in UI. It's done in menus. It's very hard to remove that part of the experience. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that it is a lot easier to just make a flat menu that is textbook. You know, it's like, it's very easy to read. But I think it kind of, this is the sort of stuff where making a very utilitarian UI is very easy. Also, Nahama, how's it going today? Hope you're doing well. Like, this is the sort of stuff that if you had a skill tree in any other game, it would be organized as a tree and have a sort of flowing waterfall type look. You're good? You're good? I'm doing good. I'm feeling good. This game has been interesting to dissect and look at. And I think overall, like, as I'm getting to this point, I do think this game, it has some solid work. I would not say that this is like, I don't think I could say with like a straight face that this is a bad game. I do think it's solidly all right. I don't think this appeals to everybody. I think in terms of its design, it's doing some interesting stuff, but not necessarily the most interesting stuff, you know? I think its greatest problem, frankly, is that I do think part of it's just, if you're looking at the design alone, the world is laid out. All right, Uma has consumed my life. Oh, me too, brother. Me too. Just and that's not the assumptive brother. That's like, that is the we have been consumed and we exist in the soup together, man. I feel you. I do feel like, for me, it's been on the down low. You know, it's been like, I talk about it occasionally, but man, I do play Uma like every day. It's one of the few mobile games I can get into. It's like no ads, just something where a recipe book would help. I think just having this menu not just be grid squares would be better. You know, just having something where it's you take all of the related elements, put them under under different trees, and have it be even if it's like a sub menu thing, you know, like, oh, technology, and then you have like the stuff for, like, example, this stuff, like the stuff for the PAL items could be one side, and maybe weapons of PAL items can go together, like having the constructibles in one side, and then having like base key structures, you know, like the beds, the PAL box. I would say maybe these two things, just something where you separate out by the type of thing you're building, would do wonders for the menuing in this game. What am I doing on stuff? And I think that would be a huge amount of the fix. What's a game that's really popular despite having some really badly done game design elements? I'm trying to think of one that won't immediately get me flamed, but I think I have to kind of go with, I would say that like every Keystone game that is, you know, like the classics, every classic has something wrong with it, and anybody who tells you otherwise is lying. But that's not like that makes them bad games. It's that there are aspects of these games that can be frustrating without reneging on the fact that they are good games, you know? The big one I can say, I think most early game Zelda has a very bizarre chain of logic that is very hard to understand if you're trying to understand it on its own merits. Like, I would say that, like, Ocarina of Time's quest design, especially side quests, is quite difficult to understand, you know? That sort of stuff can be kind of hard to get, you know, like, to power through, you know? Need the furnace. Okay. 3-shot bow. Interesting. Well, I think that might be one. I think I remember I actually, another conversation I had with my brother. We were talking about Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion versus Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. And Oblivion has very cool stuff going on. Also, Bubs, holy crap, welcome in with the raid. Holy crap. Welcome in, Raiders. Holy crap. I'm in the middle of talking about I'm about to put down hot takes about game design, and I'm like, I get to welcome in the Raiders with my hot takes. Oh, brother. I just threw that again. Every time. It's gonna happen. Hello. How's it going, Bubs? I see you're playing Ocarina of Time. How was that today? Hope it was good. I have been kind of bad. I haven't gotten back to it myself. I need to play. I need to continue my play. Best way to welcome people in is with a hot take. I guess it's like the hot take I have in mind is that Ocarina is a time when they expect you to talk to every person in the game and know all that you need. Yes. I think also, I would also say that the random has been nice, finally nice to me. Well, that's good. I would say that, like we were just about to talk about Ocarina of Time. I think it's fascinating because I look at older games, and I think the tough thing is that because it was such a novelty that you had so many characters to talk to, it makes logical sense why the game expects you to talk to everybody. Because it's like, oh, you have all these NPCs to talk to. Like, go talk to them, man. I mean, that's also true for, I think, a fair number of games do that, where it's like, yeah, you have so much you can talk to. You might as well, you know? But sometimes it can be kind of hard to... I think sometimes it can be kind of hard to keep up with that sometimes. At least to me. Oh, wait, we got this thing. Dazzy. Interesting. Like walking simulator, but it's talking simulator. You know, I will say, as much as I dislike the term walking simulator, some games really are just walking simulators. It feels awful to say it like that, but it does end up being true sometimes, you know? Not all the time, but sometimes. I do feel that. But thank you so much again for the raid, Bubs. If you have to raid and run, I understand, but it would also be awesome if you could stick around. It is nice to see you again. And thank you for trusting me with the community. But yeah, I think with this game, the tough thing is that a lot of the decisions are, like, with the menus are being handled by... Walking simulators don't happen anywhere near as much as people want you to think they do. Well, it's like, even the ones that people say are walking simulators still have more going on. But modern games make most of the NPCs pointless besides very specific ones. That'd be Raging Man. Yeah, thank you. I think you're right, Nahamaha, because that is a fair point. It's like... Because the tough thing is that if you want to populate your world with a ton of people, it's very hard to do so without some of them feeling kind of like, oh yeah, they're there to fill the space, you know, like... I mean, even as far back as original Final Fantasy, Pokemon, there are some people you talk to and they just kind of say stuff. Like, they just say, yeah, Jubilife's, like, I like to call walking simulators as interactive movies or movies that require a controller. I think it's fair, Clipper. I think with some games, though, it's a disservice when there's more to it than that. You know, like... The main prerogative is walk around and interact with things, but some of the interactions and the world space can be more exciting than that. But I do think that, like, the game I can think of that is the best example of what we're talking about with the walking simulator, Tacoma. It's this little game. I have a particular grudge against it. But, I will confess, some of that's a me thing. But going back to a game where you have to talk to everyone is kind of weird. Yes. And some of that is just the styles of the times change. And what is good game design, sometimes that changes, you know? It's like, sometimes what is a good game design actually does change with time, you know? Like, you'll go through, you'll be like, oh, I really like this particular... I like how this game handles itself, but there are times where you kind of look at it and go, oh yeah, this kind of aged weirdly, you know? Like, it doesn't feel quite as good because it changed, but the times changed, but the world kind of feels like the world moved without it sometimes, you know? Like, oh yeah, the world moved on, but this stuff kind of got... It's a relic of what was, you know? Maybe that's where the good or bad game design sort of comes from. I don't think it even comes from the idea that it is, like, it's not like empirically bad game design. It's just the times changed and we had a realization about, and we, you know, like, as developers, people realized, hey, here's stuff we could do that's like, you know, maybe a little bit better for us, you know? It's the sort of stuff that if you're going back and forth in time, you're going to get some weirdness with your design there, you know? I think, too, though, that some puzzles, I think, feel less evident because the hope and expectation was that you would either buy a magazine and get the tips and tricks from there, or the idea would be that you would, more impressively, talk to your friends about it. I think that's one thing with modern games that sort of... I don't even think it disappeared, but I do think that it changed. Is that... I do think that modern game design was... It's like we dumped the games down with the idea that, okay, gamers need a bit more help. We want to make the game a bit more, you know, streamlined. But I feel like, in some way... Games in the past were built with the idea that you would probably talk to all your friends about it too. You know, like all of your friends would have the same games and you would talk to them about what you learned in the game you were just playing, right? Maybe that's like the missing link too. Well, I like games like the first two Golden Sun games that the NPCs always have something to say whether you talk to them or mind read them. I think that's also true, you know, like having the games where they very clearly want to make sure that lore or information is everywhere. They take the time to craft all that. Because some games, they fill the world with only the number of NPCs that you need. But even then, you still want the world to feel alive without every character being as important. Some characters aren't going to be as fleshed out, and that's okay. But yeah, I think with Ocarina of Time, I know that part of my run-ins with that game have been that some pieces of the quests require knowledge that I just don't have. And trying to learn that knowledge has been an interesting and a bit difficult process for me at times. I do need to go back and do more Ocarina of Time. I think I'm going to end up doing it later in the year, though. I need to finish it later. I've been inundated with a number of games, so I've been trying to keep up accordingly. But I will say, I did want to talk about the schedule change today. I don't normally do this, where I'm like, okay, day of, I want to change the game I play on Sunday. But I had a bit of a realization, and also I was talking about it with Mama, and she mentioned that it's like, you know, maybe I should play more games that are currently in the zeitgeist, you know, more stuff that's being talked about currently. I find it hard sometimes because I like playing my weirdo games, but I did find some truth in the matter that I do want to talk about more games that are, you know, on the current discussion rounds, you know. I think with this game, I felt like, okay, I can I could probably revisit it and see what I feel. And I think overall, I do think maybe my play style might be something that might be fighting me in some ways. Let's see. This over here. What is it with Cativas and their sanity nosediving, though? Like, these cats work themselves to the bone and do not use the hot springs. I don't know what their deal is. These guys are having a time. Pet this boy. I need to give these lads... I need to make sure these lads are okay. Where is... Okay, is that better, buddy? I hope they're all okay. I'm just, like, checking them all over. Like, can you, like... I just picked you up. Hot spring. This pal will take a break. Take a break in the hot spring. Go be good. Be happy. go put... I just, like, throw him in the hot spring. Just put him in there. I see. Understood. Build statue of power. How do I build a statue? Actually, you know what? Yeah, go do your thing. I have stuff to do. There is... Ah. What is this Lucario looking guy, though? As much as I don't want to say it looks like a Pokemon, I mean... Oh man, this is such an awkward angle. It's just it's just facing away from the... this is gross. Oh well. Oh well. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Okay. Let me... Which one of you is the one with the lower sanity? Seems like they're all okay now, but... Okay, no, you're okay. Fiddlesticks needs a break. Go take a break. Just throw him in. Just like, alright, get back in there. I think, though, also with some games I've streamed in particular, too, the tough thing, too, is that, man, it is a conversation and a half about the sanity meter. Yeah, they all have sanity. I don't know. I don't really get why. It feels kind of like, okay, but what's the point in that? Like, I understand that you want a place to be able to pamper your guys, but shouldn't it just be like a friendship thing? Not, hey, these guys, hey, these little dudes can go crazy, you know? Like, that feels sad, you know? Like, there's something about, oh yeah, your little guys are going to go crazy if you don't give them breaks. Like, I don't know, man, that feels sad. That feels upsetting in, like, some sort of indeterminable sort of way, you know? Like, okay, why do we have to do them like this, you know? Like, these are just little guys. They're friends. These are friend-shaped creatures. Why do they have to have a sanity meter? This kind of cuts back to a part in the conversation before all the raids happened that I find this game's desire to... I don't even think flanderize is the right word, but it's that same feeling of why the heck does this game desire to make all the pals... Why does it want to make all of them feel bad? You know, like what's the deal with that? It really does like the idea of, oh, these guys should be, this should be raw and kind of mean to the little dudes, you know, like earlier I saw a pop-up and I didn't say anything about it, but I made a noise and kind of was like, But there was this bit where I saw that one of the pals I was trying to capture got away, and it described him as a cheeky bastard, and it's like, what does that have to do with anything regarding the game? It doesn't really make sense, you know? It's the sort of thing where I don't really get why I don't really get why it's part of the why it's part of the game in the first place, you know? Feels kind of like, okay, but why? It feels very unnecessary, you know? It feels kind of like, okay, but why are we... Why are people getting... Why is this game being edgy about this stuff? Let's see. I guess I'll swap out T-Fant for Joltog. Yes. I like the funny rat. Okay, I will say some of these though, like I think this one, Aether Deer. Let me see this guy. Yeah, this one. I think this one is one where I'm like, okay, what are you even trying here, man? Logging? Come back here. What are you doing? He's about to start chopping trees down. Why is he? He ran off immediately to start chopping trees down. Build medieval medicine workbench. What the heck are you even talking about, game? Medieval medicine workbench? The heck is even that? Interesting to say the least. I have unused stat points. Yes, I do. But I think the game, it's trying to be both dark and gritty and kind of, frankly, kind of just unnecessarily mean, without really contemplating on why it's trying to do that. You know? Capture power, movement speed. Okay, what about enhancing pals? If I enhance, let's say Spuff. Oh, I can boost Spuff. This is excellent. This is actually amazing. I like how the game's like, yeah, but this is the weakest of all pals. I'm like, yeah, I don't care. Let me buff my boy. Very cool. We have formed our guy. I guess I'll also buff Fox Sparks because I was using Fox Sparks too. There we go. Easy peasy. Okay, then enhance the player stats. So okay, so we can just go with these. Yeah, sure, why not? So capture power. I don't really know how much that's gonna matter, but it's nice. It's nice. I appreciate it. Yeah, I do think though that this is a very utilitarian system. It works nice. It's very good, but it does feel like this feels like a very sanitized version of the Legends, of the Pokemon Legends menu. And it works fine. Like I said, it works fine. But it's definitely not the best that menus can be with these kind of games. I don't know, man. I think this game is, like, gameplay-wise, I can see why people like it well enough. I feel like this game with friends is probably... I think that all right, here's the tough thing. When you play games with friends, how much does having the friends help, you know? Like, you go about playing a game and you're putting all your time, you're putting your time and effort into the game. But how much of it is... How much of the fun you're having playing the game, how much of that is the friends, you know? It's sort of like... I'm just trying to think of, like, what's a good parallel to this, but I guess the best way I can... the best description I have is... If you're playing a game with your friends, it feels kind of like... any game can be fun if your friends are good, you know? It's like, if you have fun friends to play with, then yeah, all games can be fun, you know? It kind of feels like almost like a redundancy, you know? Like, oh yeah, we can... Like, it's always going to be fun, but it's a different kind of fun when you're playing with a group of like, you know, if you're playing with a group of morons who are going to absolutely try to make you laugh at every possible turn. The game is going to be fun, you know. But how much of that is the game, and how much of that is you have a group of friends that work nicely in terms of making the game fun. Is there a day-night cycle in this? Yes. Like, I think, like I said, though, this game's... I think maybe my greatest gripes with this game might just be that this game hits all of the necessities with the survival genre without really going any further along them. Like, the day-night cycle, it's like, oh yeah, we'll do the Pokemon thing if we'll have the different creatures out at day and night. And every other game with a day-night cycle that learned how to do this. It's something that became standard, so it's not quite as exciting to see a game do the whole, oh, let's make the day-night cycle and do all the, and have all of the fixins now, when those fixins have been the standard for a solid couple of years now. Feels a bit different, you know? It's like, oh yeah, we have the day-night cycle, we have the trees you can punch for wood, we have various forms of rock and stone, and generally the flow from like the beginning, where you're going to have wood and stone weapons going up to metal, going up to, like in this game's case, it's about guns. So let's see, an update. Book is still moving. I was a little slow on Friday, but I felt pretty solid about how things were going. The book's moving. I'm happy with it. I am thinking about, it's kind of funny. I was talking again about this, and it's going to be, I might end up inadvertently making another music album. From what I'm seeing right now, it looks like it combines Pokemon, Zelda, some random survival game into one. The game I think of when I've been playing so far, it's like the two games I'm thinking of is Rust and Ark Survival. Because Ark is the game that I think of when I think of this kind of survival game. I think Ark might be the closest relative to this game. Because Ark does all of this. Like, you can tame monsters in that game too. Arguably a little bit better than in this game in terms of how you harness their power. But yeah, there's a lot of similarities between this, and I will say the glider thing makes me, like, I don't even know if I want to say upset, but it just kind of makes me roll my eyes. I don't know, I think the gliders are probably my least favorite thing in general. Also, to finish the update thing, I might do another music album in the near future just to have another release out this year before, because I think the book has been kicking my butt, so we might end up doing another one of those. And I think one thing I would like to try, I don't know if I'll get to it, but I would like to make if I can make a small game, maybe even do a game dev stream where I work on it on stream. I think one thing I will have to do for that is I'll have to turn off all my, I'll have to turn off the majority of my hotkeys, which should be fine. You know what's funny? Besides my screen blocker one, I really don't use my hotkeys all that much. I might just get rid of some of them so I can actually play more PC games without having to worry about accidentally oopsing my way into a hotkey mess. One thing I have noticed with this game, and maybe it's something that it might be something that I think I miss from Pokemon. I kind of miss that early game there's no bugs. I know that's weird, but there's been no insects. No bugs, no very evident, like, besides like, oh, the chicken and the sheep are like, oh, they're the weakest monsters, they're the weakest pals, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, whatever, man, but why the heck do you have no insects? Like, no bugs? No weirdos? Like, it feels like these very early game pals are they feel too marketable. They feel too marketable, if that's a weird thing to say. Like, they feel oddly like, oh yeah, these are the guys you want. Time Wander. Yeah, we're going to Time Wander. I recall. No bugs of Dev's dream. You're spitting there, I must confess. Oh god, I have no stamina. Okay, no. We're good. Okay, we're good. Oh, I landed. We're good. Oh. Yeah. Alright, we're fine. I won't lie, I just kind of went over here to explore. I kind of wanted to see what was up. But we haven't really done... I feel like this game doesn't really... Like, until you get your base set up the way we have it now, I didn't really feel the incentive to explore. You know, just walk around, look around, like, you know, enjoy the sights. Because I feel like I'm too keenly aware of the fact that there are going to be pals that I just cannot handle if they decide I'm a problem. And that's kind of a... It kind of feels like a bad thing in a weird sort of way. You know, it feels like, oh yeah, I'm not supposed to go this way. And I know that, you know? Like, that feels odd. You know, it feels like I'm too aware of the fact that this game has some things that will try to, you know, knock me out of off my feet if I go too far astray from where I've been. Oh, that's some weird ambience. A creature of sorts. Wispaw, level 11. What are you? Level 11 Sparkit. Huh. Now, if this thing isn't a Pokemon, if this thing isn't a Pikachu knockoff. Yeah. Good gravy. Nope. Okay. Get that guy. Alright, let's see if we can't catch this one. Nope. Try again. Nope. Ow. Ow. Okay, try that again. But I guess back to the point, though, the lack of a bug type, you know, or insect or, you know, that sort of stuff. I feel like the game kind of loses something important to Pokemon, and that is a very directly... Whoa. I think losing a directly early game creature kind of hurts the game. It kind of hurts this game in a way that's very hard to see. When it comes to, like, the design of Pokemon really does land squarely on, ow. Like, it does land kind of squarely that, like, yeah, it really does help to have some early game weirdos, you know? Get him, me boy. Well, it's my girl, but still. Yeah, I only have limited capture. That looks cool. I do want to look at this one closer, because I do quite like this creature. Hey, we caught it too. Holy crap, really? Oh. Okay, if we can get up to that fast travel point, we can go back and get that guy on our team. That'd be huge. Combat. Kind of, you know what's funny? This is not a dig at this one's design. I'm not digging on the design on this one. It looks kind of like if Gligar and Tom from Tom and Jerry did a fusion dance. Do you see what I mean? Like, hang on. I'm going to go get this guy. I'll show you what I mean. But, like, how fascinating. I want to go look at this. I want to look at this creature. There's a fast travel point up ahead, so I can go back home. I like being an archer. I feel like if this game leaned into more fantasy weapons, I don't think I'd... What the heck is that? Spa. Okay, you're cool too. Let's fight. Let's see if we can't catch this one. Oh, baby. Okay, come back. Your pal's been knocked out. Place him in a pal box to heal him the incapacitated status. Okay. Let me... ear to the deer. Get that guy. I don't... Oh, I see. Ow. What? Oh, God. Okay. Slow down. Good God. Ow. Joltog, help. Joltog, oh, right. Man defensive. Can you get him? Okay. Catch. Oh, God. Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me. You know what's even worse about that? You know what's even worse? Is that now I have to make my way all the way back over there. Let's see. Can I... Question. When it says dropped everything in my inventory, does that include my parachute and my other key items? How much does that include? But it does not include my glider. Okay, that's actually very good. Okay, we do got to go back up there and get that. All right, so west. I got to go west. Okay, back up we go. Did I learn my lesson from all that? No, I did not. Does it matter? No. I'm going to go back in there. At this time, though, I don't need to fight the enemy. I just need to I just need to go past them. Up. Up. But in any case, yeah, no, that I like the. Oh, you know what? I should have gone back to base. I could have gotten Tombat. I should be okay. Oh, okay, cool. I should be okay because this is just running. This is just grab and go. You know, it'd be all right. Curiously, however, I will say one thing that is curious about this game's design choices. However, this game actively chose to do something that I think actually, I'm wondering if the addition of those wind tunnel things, those high jumps are crazy. I wonder if those wind tunnel things are after Elden Ring came out, because they feel very similar to the Elden Ring, the like gusts of wind, the circles you can stand in with, and if you use Torrent, the horse in Elden Ring, if you use the horse in those, you can actually jump great distances the same way. So I do wonder if that might have inspired that design choice. I think with this game, it's very easy to turn the conversation into what parts did it grab from other games in this chimera state, you know? It's very easy for me to say, oh, well, this is from this game and this is from another game, and that's true of any game, though. I think even other new games, that's like, oh, there's parts here that are similar to other things. That's true of even the most, you know, regaled of titles, but I do find with... What is that egg? What is this? Egg. Huh. Build an egg incubator to incubate PAL eggs. Oh, no, that's not good. Sir, I'm just here for my stuff. Oh, God. Oh. Oh, these guys hurt. These guys hurt. He has a real gun. Oh, God. Ow, ow. Why am I on fire? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Ugh. Okay, these syndicate guys mean business. They are level 10? Why are they attacking me here? Oh, brother and a half. I am not here for you guys. Okay, I don't have any items to heal either, so I gotta run. I just want my stuff back in that fast travel point. I want to get out of here. Ow. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Not like this. Not like this. Please, not like this. Is it because... Wait, why? Oh, because of the tower. I see. That suddenly makes more sense. Okay, gotta run. All right, got my stuff. Thank God. All right, let's get the heck out of here. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? It's inside. Ooh. All right, climb. Climb. Where is it? Oh, no, it's not inside. It's... Where? Where is it? Where is it, man? It's in front of me. 30 meters. What? It's right here. Should be right here. Oh, brother. Don't tell me it's inside this thing and I... Oh, my God. How do I get out? Okay, how do I get out of this? Hey, what's this? Yeet. Oh, that's where it is. Oh, that makes more sense. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Thank you, game. Oh my God, I had to hit the Ubisoft fast travel tower. Holy crap, dude. Holy. Am I allowed to fast travel from here without having to deal with the enemies down below? I hope so. Okay, area map unlocked. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Thank you, game. Okay. I need a nap and a help and, okay. Mailbox. Level sync, level 13, level 2. Oh, because I'm not level 13, I can't use... I see. I can't use the PAL because I don't have... It's gonna take 10 minutes for... Oh, god dang it. I see. That makes sense, but... Man, that sucks. Okay, do any of you guys have... Okay, none of you guys are really able to help me right now. Huh. That's a bit rough for me. Let's bring Depresso, I guess. I do think maybe the part of this game that might be the thing that's... You know what? Maybe this is the thing that's fueling the whole... The designs are lazy reskins thing. I think the naming of some of these creatures... I think the naming might be where some of this stuff really does just kind of... It feels very slapdash, you know? Like, I think that's where maybe the arguments are coming from. Like, they're not exactly... They're not really breaking the bank with these names, you know? Like, Fox Sparks. Yeah, it's a fox and it sparks. I see it. Rushor. Yeah, it moves fast and it's a boar. Yeah, you know? Like, these aren't exactly... They're not really breaking the bank with the naming. I think maybe that's... I feel like that might be a part of this. That has to be a part of it, right? It's the kind of stuff that feels like... It feels like it shouldn't be as big a deal, you know, to a developer, but this is exactly the sort of thing, though, that does kind of make a game feel cheap, I guess. Like, it does feel a bit awkward to have a character who's just kind of named... It's like, yeah, it's a sheep. It's like, it's a lamb. It's a ball. Call it a lamb ball. Like, yeah, that works, but it doesn't exactly... Doesn't stir the imagination to see a name that's just kind of there, you know? It's solidly all right, and that's... It's hard to have a name that is just okay if your objective is to make something that is going to sell itself, you know? Like, a good character design and a good name goes a long way. The worst thing, I think the worst thing is that the names aren't even bad. They're not even awful. It's just... They're just okay, you know? Voltorb isn't a name that's just there. You know what's also the thing with, like, Voltorb, I find, is that it's like, even the easy ones for Pokemon, like, and that's the thing, I think Pokemon is... I would say that Pokemon would be more guilty about this sort of thing if it wasn't for the fact they backed it up by keeping, like... How do I best describe it? I'm trying to best describe what I'm seeing the difference of here. And I think it's that it's all deliberate, you know? Like Voltorb was a deliberate choice. It's not because it was it wasn't because it was the best possible thing to do, you know? I mean, heck, if your objective was to make the best possible thing when it comes to a creature design, you wouldn't make a ball. You wouldn't do that. That's not the thing you would do if that's the absolute best possible decision, you know? Maybe that's... I think that's it. Like, these decisions feel like all these characters here feel like they're like science made to be lovable, marketable buddies, but they're put in a world where they're not supposed to be. Like, none of these guys are supposed to be your buddies. They're not even supposed to be your pals, even though they're called your pals. They're supposed to be your conscripted labor. They're supposed to be creatures to stomp over. They're not your friends. And I kind of hate that. Like, I have no better word for it. I kind of hate that. Like, you are supposed to look at this land ball and just say, yeah, I'm going to shoot it with a gun. Like, you're supposed to destroy. Like, your goal is to look at this world and say, it is mine to, like, rip and tear until I find what I want. And that doesn't make sense if you look at the character design built to be friends. Like, Pokemon made every Pokemon so all of them could be your trusted partner, your friend, your buddy. And they are. You know, like, there's no Pokemon that isn't someone's favorite, you know? But it's like, these guys are science made to be the best possible partners, and they're just supposed to be tools. Like, literally, you're supposed to put, like, oh, Foxbarks, you put them in a harness and use them as a weapon. Like, you're supposed to use these guys as weapons. They're not your friends. Like, I hate it. That sucks. That feels awful to look at these creatures. Like, these are ostensibly supposed to be your friends. And you're supposed to look them in the eye and say, you are going to go to war for me and win. And that's it. Yeah, I think that's kind of what it feels like. I did not mean to throw... I'm going back up and I'm going to go get more balls. It's like, I feel like after 4 hours of this, I kind of feel like... Do I feel justified in playing these games? Yes, because I feel like if I didn't play them, I wouldn't know more about these games. But I also feel like I disagree with the direction of this, because it feels like... I guess wrapping back to how it feels like Zelda and Pokemon and another survival game slapped together, it feels like the constituent parts, the things that were put together in this game, were done so without consideration of what it could mean. You know? Like, yeah, you put together all these cute, cuddly creatures in a world that wants to blow them up, you know? And that feels like a contradiction that doesn't right itself, you know? Like, this doesn't bring itself back together in a way that makes sense, you know? Like, yeah, these creatures are implements of war, but I don't think they were meant to be. And it's not exactly like the game gives you a particularly feasible option to play pacifist. You're not allowed to be a passive observer or like, you know, you're not allowed to focus on the contests, you know? Like, these are creatures that are going to be weapons. They're weapons or they're laborers. They're not allowed to be anything else. Like, the game design demands that they are supposed to be your tools, but the design of them and their appearance says they're supposed to be with you. Like, I shouldn't feel like I am going to be like... I shouldn't feel bad about putting these guys into battle. Like, yeah, I want my Pokemon to be, you know, when I play Pokemon, I want my Pokemon to be happy. And ostensibly, you know, battle is part of their exercise, but it's never done in such a way that you're expecting that, like, yeah, I'm going to kill somebody. Like, no. In fact, even the closest we get to that is with the Legends games, but even then, you know, it works out. Everyone comes home, you know? You don't leave your journey in Pokemon expecting some of your buddies to not come back home, you know? Like, that's not part of it. Maybe that's like... I don't know. I do think design-wise, the game, it functions, but I don't think it works. I feel like this game really does entertain... It's good entertainment, but I don't think I'd recommend this to many people. You know, it's like, if you're not into survival games, you wouldn't really be into this. And Pokemon isn't a survival game, really. So you wouldn't, I don't think somebody who's like really into Pokemon would have a fun time with this. And I don't think the survival crowd would like it much, given that you have to crowd up your base with a whole lot. Like, your automation is done by creatures, and I would reckon in some ways it's kind of hard to justify having to put all that time and effort into all this. Like, the base building requires a lot of gameplay in ways that you probably wouldn't be exceptionally, like, you know, you wouldn't jump to do this stuff if you weren't if you had to do all this other stuff to get your base running. Like, the Satisfactory crowd isn't going to jump to play this one. So I don't know. I think also it comes from me fundamentally disagreeing with how this game feels. Like, it really doesn't... It doesn't make sense to me. I think it's good that I played it and found out, though, you know? Like I said, I think... If I just ignore the game and not check it out, I'm not doing my due diligence as a game developer and as a game designer to say, well, I didn't look, so I must be right on that answer. And it's like, no. I have to play the game to know. Like, if I have a question, I have to go seek the answer. It's not... it would be really hypocritical of me to say, like, well, that game looks like crap, so I'm not gonna... Like, some games do filter me. Some games do make me think, okay, this is clearly not made for me, so I won't go play it. Like, that's fine. And that's okay. If you get filtered by a game's trailers and the gameplay you see of it, that's fine. But it's another thing to make sweeping judgments about a game's quality and its actual, you know, how good is it, if you never touch it, you know? You can say it looks bad, sure, but if you've never played it, or at the very least engage with it in any meaningfully extended amount of time, you have to stop and... It's like, if you're going to do that sort of thing, you have to stop and think about it. Like, okay, what is this thing doing? And what can I do to understand it? It kind of reminds me of those people who only watch Let's Plays of games. You know, they... Like, the Poppy Playtime fan base, I think, is overwhelmingly comprised of people who've only watched Let's Plays. But I don't think that their knowledge is less. I do think their knowledge is incomplete, but not... I don't think their knowledge is... I don't think they're missing the same kinds of pieces that you'd think they're missing, you know? Like, if somebody says the gameplay feels bad, and you're only observing the gameplay, how much can you trust that assessment without your hands on, you know? Like, if I tell you that this game, oh, the controls are sluggish, the game feels, you know, whatever, how much can you believe that if you've only seen the gameplay? How much can you really know? But I think that might be... Oh, my buddy back. All right, there we go. All right, Jolt, oh, get out there. I don't know if we'll be able to catch this guy, but we're gonna try. Ow. Okay. Capture. Please capture before that guy gets here. Oh, thank God. Okay, we got him. Whew. Intermediate pal tamer. About 20 kinds of pals. Huh. See that again. I want to see the level of detail really quick. Honestly, their level of... I will say their optimization is pretty solid. I will give them that too. Like, here's the thing. I want to focus on the good things about this game. I do think overall it's not bad. I do think some of their technical stuff has been really good. I have not been wanting on load times nor optimizations. And a lot of what the game is doing... I imagine this will work for the right kind of people. I think this game is definitely going to be a lot more of a fun sell for people with friend groups to play it with. I think I think solo play, this game does have a lot. I think it feels lacking. I think that is a reasonable aspect to consider. Alrighty, options. And a title. Let's return to title. Let's just chat for a moment. I want to talk to you guys about this stuff. Because I feel like this game is it's one of those ones where it's doing things technically right, you know? But there are parts of it that feel like it subjectively falters for me, you know? I think the aspects of this game that work probably do work for a fair number of people. Like, obviously it does. Like, this game is sold a fair bit, but I do think it's at the expense of it being a memorable experience. Like, a lot of this game's pieces don't feel like it feels a bit like a novelty, you know, like, oh, the novelty of it's the game that gave Game Freak a black eye about the legality of their whatever, you know. It's like, okay, yeah, but as a game, it's only solidly all right, you know. Like, it's doing stuff, but it's never taking those things further than, okay, we implemented it and it works well. But it's not like the pieces are elevate. It's like I said with other games, when all of your pieces are elevating the others, that is necessary for the best games. I think, like, I will say, one of the pieces of this game that I think maybe also is part of the problem, the music is utterly boring. Like, musically, it is boring. I feel bad to say it like that, but yeah, the music, like, I think the music, it lacks an identity. There's not like it doesn't feel like it's Palworld's music. It feels kind of like, yeah, this is the stuff we could muster. And that's fine, but fine doesn't make him a memorable soundtrack. Doesn't help either that it's not like they have, maybe this is a suggestion I would say, is like, there's no music when you're in your own base. You know, just like, even just some gentle acoustic guitar or something, because you're in your base and relaxing. You know, you're building your stuff. That should be a time for like, you know, reset the players, their like adrenaline, you know? I think with the menus just making more fluid like motions, if it's going to be more tech focused, make it more tech focused. Make it pop, you know? Make the menu elements more exciting to approach, you know? Make these things, and also make it more readable, you know? Make things, you know, maybe have more of a highlight when you highlight something, you know, maybe pop out the image a little bit, give a description of something, you know? Something. And like, back to the PAL's design, I think they're fine. I think the tough thing is that the designs work, but they're not screaming memorability. I think the whole game kind of feels like that. It's an Unreal Engine game that is perfectly fine. But I don't like the world itself. I remember that beginning area, sure, but there's nothing really catching the mind. Music's the best part of a game, so if it's lacking, then everything else better be top notch for me to be on board with it. I think maybe that's part of it, is that the gameplay on its own is fine. The art style on its own, I will say the world design also is kind of bland. Like the texturing for the world feels like Unreal Engine 4, you know? It's like, oh yeah, it's Unreal Engine. It's definitely going to be high res, but that's fine. And I think I pointed out there's some grass like sticking off of things. Some of the world, if it was hand drawn this way, I think some adjustments, doing sweeping adjustments across the whole game world would be a very good start for fixing up some of the artistic flubs. And some parts of it some parts of the game world feel very hands off. Like they hit, you know, generate procedural whatevers, and then they built from there. And it feels like with those hands-off parts didn't work. So if the art style is okay and the gameplay is, you know, it's pretty solid. I would say the gameplay's solid, and the music is not great. It's not great. And then the audio design is also just all right. Again, there's nothing really screaming that it's memorable. It feels like I'm going to go to sleep and most of this is going to exit my brain, you know? Especially the music. I'm probably not going to remember any of it. And that is a shame because I think if your pieces are working together, like you would have your sound design would better affect your gameplay. The fact that a lot of the sound effects are kind of just, okay, it's immediate direct consequence, not here's a sound effect that can proceed, you know? Like, I'm thinking that particular group of Syndicate soldiers that showed up on me, there wasn't any warning, and when fights start, it's like the music is like, oh, okay, start right now. It's not like, okay, you know, lead in, lead out, lead in, lead out. It's not like, even Elden Ring, as much as I hated the music being everywhere in that game, it at least did a thing where the music would slowly change from, okay, out of combat into combat, out of combat into combat. It didn't do that. And it's not like the music here is like, oh, like, all right, let's, like the Pokemon Legends games, we'll have that preceding music and then, all right, start the battle, you know? And that works. That works very well. But it also allows the player to cue themselves up with the game to catch that, okay, we're moving from exploration to combat. And that's what I mean when I say the systems have to work together. And like the fact that the world artistically did not interact with the characters artistically, it was all these independent pieces not lifting each other up but holding their own weight, which means that if you press on them with, you know, if you think about them too hard, they crumble. That's how like a lot of the components of the game is, though, is that the pieces themselves do not hold alone, and this game is trying to make each piece separate, and it's not holding the experience together. But anyway, so I'm happy we played this. I'm happy I did explore this again and try to give it another shot. Not going to continue it. I don't really want to. I might play some more off stream just to try and see if there's more. But I might just go back to playing Blasphemous in my free time. We'll see. But yeah, I do think that this game will go back to, you know, back to the pits. But thank you all for coming by. Thank everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. Schedule wise, this Wednesday and Thursday, I might try extending stream again by another hour, you know, for the series games. I don't know if this will be a consistent thing, but I might start making Wednesdays and Thursdays an extra hour, just permanently. That might be a thing we try. It might depend on if my throat, for some reason my throat has been really sore for the last few weeks. It might depend on if that heals up in the next few days. We'll see. But next Sunday, I'm gonna do some digging. I'm gonna see if there's I'm gonna try and find another quote-unquote popular game to try and play. I think the thing I'm looking for is I want to see if I can find the magic that is drawing people by the droves to some of these games. But I don't want to leave behind my normal weird niche of trying everything. But I do want to try more different games, you know? So my thought right now is I might try to invite somebody to help me learn a game, but it might depend on whether or not this game works with how like, you know, with the thing I want to do. I'll sit and figure it out though. But we got 2 raids, so I'm going to raid out myself because I think it's fair, because we also need to go to Time Wanderer. So thank you all for coming by. Thank you to everyone who came by, couldn't stay to the end. And yeah, I do want to, like, at the end of stream, I have a few things to say. One, please go check out the About section on my Twitch. Please check out my books. I'm making a new book right now. It would mean the world to me if more people read my books. You know, just, if you can, get one of them. I recommend the short story collections if you just want a solid, here's what my writing is like sort of thing. And they're relatively cheap for what they are. They're pretty solid books. And, you know, if you ever get anything I make, please leave reviews. Like, if you play Madman's Dice and Red Genie, you play my games on Steam, leave reviews. Even if you're just like putting a thumbs down and saying, yeah, I wish this game was better, and you tell me what you think the game needs more of, that'd be fantastic, you know? It's something I can work from. But regardless, I would very much like, it means the world to me when I get reviews and stuff. And also, just, it helps people see my stuff, so that'd be great. Second thing, if you disagree with my takes on this game, I said earlier this stream that if we disagree, that does not make us enemies. And more importantly, I want this game to continue to improve. I don't like Palworld right now, but if the devs make big improvements, not to like, oh, let's make more content for the game, but making those little things better, you know, like firm up the art style, make the game more vibrant, make the characters matter more, add some more of themselves to the game, and continue to improve the little parts of the experience that matter the most. I'd be grateful for that, because that means that they're constantly working to make it better, not just make it bigger. And I really hope they do. Like, I never want my, like, if they look at my streams and just say, well, this guy's, you know, a crackpot, but then they continue to improve their game, they continue to make this better, irrelevant to what I say. If they find something in what I say and they actually, and they take it as like, oh, hey, let's try that, great, fantastic, that'd be crazy. But more importantly to me is that if they continue to make the game better, that would make me happy. So, yeah. All right, where is Time Wanderer? I need a raid out. Anything else I need to talk about before I go? I don't think so, but where's Time Wanderer? Where is it? There he is. All right, cool. In any case, if anyone has questions or such, make sure you join the Discord. I'm happy. Like, I know I don't send much to my Discord all the time, but if anybody asks questions or puts something up, I try my best to at least answer or watch or do something, because I do really appreciate it when it kind of feels like I'm always on the run. You know, I'm always doing stuff, I'm always busy, but I always make time for my community. All right, you guys mean the world to me, okay? And when I make you guys happy, I'm happy. So I wanted to say that once. You know, I haven't said it in a while, but I'm a bit I recognize that I'm not I don't think I'm quite the same as other streamers where I'm like, I'm usually off working in my own little world, but when someone calls for me, I will try my best to be there, you know? But, you know, thank you all for coming by. I do appreciate it. Let's raid out. And now and whenever I see you guys next, goodbye for now, and thank you so much. I'll see you soon.